They glide through the depths with barely a sound. They can sense a heartbeat, a drop of blood from miles away. Sharks are more than fish. They're the ocean's perfect predators, and they're terrifyingly real. Welcome to Animal Quest's Shark Marathon, a dive into the ocean's deadliest secrets. Prepare yourself for stories that might just make you think twice before wading into the surf. Brandon McAllister was a man who lived for the thrill of the ocean. At 26, he was already a respected figure within Adelaide's surf community. Known for his natural talent on the waves, Brandon exuded confidence and charisma. For him, the ocean was a place of freedom and adventure, and every weekend he would head out with his friends to chase the perfect waves along the South Australian coast. Though he lived in the city, his heart belonged to the rugged coastlines of the Eyre Peninsula, particularly Coffin Bay Beach, near the town of Port Lincoln. Known for its beauty and challenging waves, Coffin Bay was also home to something far more menacing: great white sharks. While shark attacks were rare, with only a few incidents reported each year, Brandon would soon find himself face to face with the ocean's ultimate predator. The weekend of April 12, 2016, began like so many others for Brandon and his group of surfing friends. The five of them had a tradition. Almost every weekend, they loaded up a small, worn-out bus that they had collectively bought just for these trips. That morning, they headed to the beach where the calm seas and gentle waves hinted at a perfect day of surfing. After unloading their gear, they quickly hit the waves, the hot sun burning above and the salty air filling their lungs. For hours, they rode the ocean's energy, each wave bringing with it a fresh sense of accomplishment. Eventually, fatigue set in, and with thoughts of lunch at the beach club, the group decided it was time to head back to shore. What they didn't realize, however, was that for Brandon that lunch would never happen. Silently, beneath the surface, a 15-foot great white shark had been drawn closer, lured by the sounds and movement of the group. None of them knew that Brandon was directly in its path. As he caught a wave in an attempt to reach the shore faster, he lost balance, crashing into the water. It was just as he struggled to climb back onto his board that he spotted the dark, menacing shadow beneath him. His heart pounded in his chest. Without wasting a second, Brandon shouted to his friends, his voice sharp with fear, warning them to get out of the water immediately. His friends, instantly understanding the gravity of the situation, began paddling frantically toward the shore, occasionally glancing back, desperate to see if Brandon would make it too. Brandon tried to follow, but panic gripped him as he fought to escape. Then, in a split second, the ocean erupted. The great white surged upward from the depths, its massive jaws clamping onto Brandon's upper thigh, lifting him out of the water. The bite was savage, tearing through muscle and flesh with terrifying ease. Brandon screamed, the pain overwhelming, but the nightmare wasn't over. The shark struck again, this time sinking its teeth into his lower leg, its powerful jaws shredding through him with deadly precision. Miraculously, after the second bite, the shark let go, likely realizing this wasn't its usual prey. But the damage was catastrophic. The confident Brandon was now gone, replaced by a man terrified for his life, drifting helplessly in the blood-stained water. His friends rushed to his aid, pulling him onto one of their surfboards and pushing toward shore as fast as they could. As they paddled back, Brandon's voice broke through the chaos, repeating in a broken whisper, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Despite the quick response, McAllister's condition was dire. His four friends screamed for help as they frantically paddled him to shore. Onlookers drawn by the chaos began to gather on the beach, watching in shock as the scene unfolded. Lifeguards, who had already witnessed the attack from their tower, were ready and waiting. They rushed into action the moment Brandon's limp body hit the sand, administering CPR as paramedics arrived on the scene. Blood soaked the beach as the minutes dragged on. But despite their relentless efforts, the damage was too severe. McAllister had lost too much blood. After several desperate attempts to revive him, lifeguards and paramedics were forced to stop. He was pronounced dead at the scene, the reality of the tragedy sinking in for everyone who had witnessed it. In the aftermath of the attack, the community mourned the loss of Brandon McAllister. a surfer well known for his trips to Coffin Bay Beach. Experts believe the great white shark's initial bite was likely an exploratory one, as these sharks often test unfamiliar objects in this way. Sadly, the first bite to Brandon's thigh caused catastrophic damage. A second, more devastating bite followed before the shark released him, likely realizing its mistake. Despite this, the injuries were too severe to survive, and the mystery of what triggered the attack remains unsolved. Imagine being a father, swimming in chest-deep waters with your daughter by your side, thinking everything is safe, but in an instant, you look beside you. A shark has clamped down on your daughter's arm, the water around her turning red with blood. Desperation kicks in as you struggle to save her, battling both the predator and the terrifying reality that time is slipping away. This is exactly what happened to the Serrano family on what was supposed to be a peaceful day at Mustang Island, and the nightmare had only just begun. April Serrano was a vibrant 16-year-old, full of life and creativity. Easter vacation had just begun, and the Serrano family from Corpus Christi, Texas, had chosen to spend the day at Mustang Island, one of their favorite spots for a family outing. April, the eldest daughter, was excited to have a day at the beach, soaking in the sun and enjoying the ocean with her family. The Serrano family consisted of her father, Robert, her mother, Beth, her younger sister Anna, aged 11, and her younger brother Ethan, aged 10. On April 16, 1989, they packed their things and arrived at Mustang Island early, eager to relax by the water. The beach was relatively quiet, with a few families scattered along the shore, but it wasn't completely deserted. The warmth of the sun, the gentle breeze, and the lapping waves set the tone for a perfect family day. After they set up their spot on the sand, April and her father decided to venture into the water. They waited about 75 feet from the shore, the water reaching their chests, while Beth stayed behind with Anna and Ethan, who were building sand castles near the shore. The water was murky, but neither April nor her father paid much attention to it as they enjoyed their time together. They started playing games, laughing and teasing each other as they splashed in the cool water. One of their favorite challenges was seeing who could hold their breath underwater the longest. April, competitive as always, won easily and was in high spirits as they continued enjoying the moment. April floated on the water's surface, arms spread, feeling the waves gently lap against her skin. Her father was only a few feet away, both of them enjoying the tranquility of the day. Suddenly, April felt something brush against her arm. She paused, frowning slightly, assuming it was seaweed or a passing fish. She shook her arm, trying to brush off the odd feeling. However, the feeling persisted. April's instincts kicked in, and she quietly called out to her father, sensing that something wasn't right. Before she could fully process it, a sharp pain exploded through her arm. She gasped, looking down, and saw a dark shape rising from the depths. Her heart raced. It was too late. The shark had already clamped down on her arm. Robert turned at the sound of his daughter's gasp, his heart sinking as he saw the 5-foot bull shark latched onto her arm. He quickly rushed toward her, the water swirling with blood. Instinctively, he grabbed her and began hitting the shark, trying to force it to let go. After several blows, the shark finally released her, disappearing back into the depths. But when Robert looked at April's arm, his worst fear was realized. Her arm was gone, severed just above the elbow. Blood poured into the water as Robert wrapped his arm around April and began pulling her toward the shore. The shark circled them again, its dark shadow visible just below the surface. In desperation, Robert grabbed the shark's dorsal fin as it passed, holding on for about 20 seconds, wrestling with it to keep it away from his daughter. Eventually, the shark broke free and swam off into deeper water. April was dragged onto the shore, her strength fading fast. Beth, having witnessed the entire attack, immediately sprang into action, while Ethan and Anna watched in horror, abandoning their sandcastle. Beth used her first aid training, tightly wrapping beach towels around April's arm to stop the bleeding. Beachgoers quickly gathered. One man prayed softly while another helped move April further up the sand. Others rushed to find a phone to call for help. As the minutes passed, tension grew as they fought to keep April conscious. Finally, the sound of an approaching helicopter signaled that help was on the way. When the paramedics arrived, they quickly stabilized April and prepared her for transport. She was airlifted to Christus Spohn Hospital in Corpus Christi, the nearest facility equipped for severe trauma. At the hospital, surgeons worked tirelessly to repair the damage, but the injury was too severe. They were forced to amputate the remaining portion of her arm to prevent further complications. Surviving such an attack was rare, but thankfully April did. After the surgery, her resilience shone through. She told the doctors she was determined to learn how to draw with her left hand, refusing to let the trauma stop her from pursuing her passion. Following the attack, there was public outcry about the beaches remaining open, particularly with Easter weekend approaching. Many questioned why no closures had been enforced, but authorities assured the public that shark attacks were rare and additional incidents were unlikely.
It was the afternoon of July 18, 2023 in the Southern Caribbean at Nirvana, a renowned dive site near the island of San Andreas. Known for its crystal-clear waters and vibrant coral reefs, this area forms part of the Seaflower Biosphere Reserve, a UNESCO-protected paradise for divers who come to explore its stunning marine life. Among those captivated by this underwater world was Christian Castanovia, a 38-year-old adventurer whose life had been intricately woven with the sea. Freediving, the art of diving without the aid of breathing equipment, relying solely on the diver's ability to hold their breath, was a discipline Christian had mastered. It required immense skill, mental focus, and a deep understanding of one's own physical limits. Christian wasn't just any freediver, he was well known and respected in the freediving community, holding 25 Colombian freediving records, each achievement a testament to his bond with the waters that had shaped his life. On that fateful day, Christian was preparing for another dive in conditions that were as calm and pristine as they always were at Nirvana. He and his group of longtime freediving companions boarded a small boat that took them to the edge of the dive site. The boat bobbed gently on the water as they secured their gear. No heavy equipment, just wetsuits and weight belts, allowing them to move effortlessly through the water. One by one, they slipped into the sea, their bodies barely disturbing the surface as they took deep, controlled breaths to prepare for the dive. Surrounded by the colors of the coral gardens and the familiar rhythms of the ocean, Christian was at home. He was comfortable, almost like a fish himself, a man born to swim. Yet, beneath this peaceful beauty, the ocean held more than just serenity. Lurking in the deep, unseen yet ever-present, was the oceanic white-tip shark, a creature both feared and respected by divers. Known for its boldness and curiosity, the shark often approached divers, usually without incident. Christian had encountered these predators before and understood the delicate balance required to coexist with the ocean's creatures. He had always maintained a respectful distance, knowing that survival meant respecting their territory. But on this day, the ocean's balance was about to shift. Christian and his group had been freediving for about an hour, taking turns diving for 2 to 4 minutes while the others waited on the boat, ready to regroup after every dive. Each descent had revealed stunning views of coral and fish, and after his friends returned from their latest descent, Christian decided to venture back for one final look. The midday light shimmered on the surface as Christian swam peacefully, descending to about 20 feet as he explored the vibrant underwater world, unaware of the silent predator approaching from the blue. Suddenly, a large oceanic white-tip shark emerged, its sleek torpedo-shaped body cutting effortlessly through the water. For a brief moment, Christian saw the shadow of the shark below, but by the time he realized the danger, it was too late. The shark struck with brutal force, its jaws clamping down on Christian's leg. The bite tore through muscle, shredding his calf and severing small blood vessels. Christian tried to defend himself, raising his hand, but the shark's second bite ripped through his palm and fingers. A wave of nerve-shattering pain surged through his body as blood clouded the water around him. After the second bite, the shark abruptly let go, leaving Christian to fight against the pain and the shock of the attack. Instinct kicked in as Christian propelled himself toward the surface, his heart racing and adrenaline surging through his veins. Panic surged within him, but years of training took over. He knew that losing control would only make the situation worse. For a few agonizing seconds, he felt the weight of fear pressing down on him as he kicked furiously, desperate to reach the boat. Blood streamed from his wounds, clouding the water around him, but he pushed forward, driven by the instinct to survive. From the boat, Christian's companions noticed the sudden burst of blood in the water, their hearts racing as they realized something was terribly wrong. They quickly scanned the area, spotting him struggling near the surface. Steering the boat closer, they moved swiftly to pull him aboard. Their hands shook as they hoisted Christian onto the deck, where he trembled in pain, blood pouring from his wounds and staining the boat's floor. The grim reality of what had just happened settled in as the boat sped toward shore, the salt air filled with a mix of fear and urgency, propelling them forward in a race against time to get Christian to safety. Once ashore, Christian was rushed to a nearby clinic where surgeons worked for hours to close the deep cuts on his legs and hands. Despite the severity of the injuries, the shark's bite had not punctured any of the major blood vessels, allowing him to survive the attack against all odds. This detail would later haunt Christian as he realized how narrowly he had escaped death. Word of the attack spread through the diving community, casting a dark shadow over the colorful waters of San Andreas. However, Christian faced the ordeal with great humor and spirit. He posted a picture of his bandaged legs and hands from his hospital bed, captioned, "You should see how the shark turned out." Many were inspired by his strength in such a difficult situation, as he turned it into a story of survival and bravery. For Christian, the attack was a harsh reminder of the sea's untamed power. Though he respected the balance between humans and the ocean, this encounter shattered that understanding. His survival was a testament to his skill and respect for the water, but not everyone is as lucky. Hawaii, known for its paradise-like beaches and lush landscapes, hides a darker truth beneath its waters. For many vacationers, the allure of the Pacific Ocean is irresistible. Its blue depths call adventurers to swim, surf, and dive into the unknown. However, the ocean's beauty can quickly turn deadly. Hawaii's waters are home to some of the world's most feared predators, and few swimmers realize just how easily they can become prey. Among the most dangerous creatures lurking in Hawaii's waters are the tiger shark, great white shark, and bull shark. These apex predators are responsible for the majority of fatal shark attacks worldwide. While locals and seasoned oceangoers know the risks and understand the precautions necessary to stay safe, tourists, more often than not, remain blissfully unaware of the dangers beneath the surface. One such visitor was Emily Hawthorne. In 2012, Emily, a 21-year-old student from California, had come to Hawaii with her two best friends, Rachel and Leora, for a much-needed getaway. They had planned this trip for months. The three had been inseparable since high school, and this vacation was a way to celebrate their enduring friendship. It was their third evening of a long-awaited vacation, and Emily Hawthorne, along with her friends Rachel and Leora, decided to make the most of the warm, tropical weather. After 2 days of exploring the island, they were ready to unwind and enjoy a peaceful evening by the ocean. Waimea Bay, known for its golden sands and breathtaking views, seemed like the perfect spot to watch the sunset over the horizon. After a scenic evening drive, the three friends arrived, eager to dive into the inviting waters. Though a storm had passed through earlier in the week, the skies had since cleared. and the beach looked serene under the fading light. However, the ocean was still recovering from the storm's aftermath. The waters, usually crystal clear, were now murky, clouded by debris and sand churned up by the heavy rainfall. Unbeknownst to Emily and her friends, the storm had brought more than just a temporary disruption. The runoff had swept debris into the sea, and nearby fishermen had discarded the remains of their catches, attracting bull sharks to the area. The Waimea Channel, separating the safe swimming areas from the deeper ocean, had become a feeding ground. As they arrived at the beach, Emily and her friends were amazed by how quiet it was. The usual crowds had thinned out, with only a few families remaining, their children playing by the shore. Wasting no time, Emily and her friends eagerly dove into the waters, the cool ocean immediately refreshing them as they swam out. At first, they stayed close to the shore, chatting and laughing in the shallows, the calm waves gently rocking them as the horizon began to turn shades of orange and pink. But as the minutes passed, their adventurous spirits kicked in. They decided to venture further out, where the water was deeper and the waves slightly stronger. The three friends tread water, enjoying the quiet, chatting casually, unaware that the evening's peace concealed something far more dangerous lurking below. As they swam in the deep waters, Emily spotted a pod of dolphins in the distance. Excited by the sight, she couldn't resist the urge to get closer, hoping the dolphins might swim toward her. Unlike Emily, Rachel and Leora were content staying closer to shore, feeling safe and comfortable with where they were swimming. Ignoring their hesitation, Emily swam past the drum lines, pushing further into the dark waters of the Waimea Channel. She was about 50 feet ahead of her friends, determined to keep going, when suddenly something powerful yanked her beneath the surface. A group of bull sharks had been lurking in the deeper waters, and Emily had unknowingly crossed right into their path. As she was dragged underwater, one of the sharks clamped down on her right thigh, its teeth sinking deep and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Another shark locked onto her left forearm, ripping through muscle and bone as she desperately tried to push it away. Her efforts were futile against the immense force of the predators. In a miraculous moment, she broke the surface, gasping for air and managing to let out a scream. Rachel and Leora, already swimming toward her after noticing unusual splashing, grew more alarmed as they spotted the ominous fins cutting through the water. They hadn't fully realized what was happening until they saw Emily struggling at the surface. As they got closer, the horror set in. They saw the blood spreading through the water around her. Panic overtook them as they swam faster, knowing their friend was in the midst of a brutal shark attack. By the time they reached Emily, the sharks had retreated, possibly due to the thrashing or recognizing she wasn't their usual prey. The fins still circled briefly before disappearing into the distance. Rachel and Leora quickly grabbed hold of Emily, pulling her toward the shore, keeping her head above water. It was only then that they saw the extent of her injuries. They desperately tried to keep her conscious, urging her to hang on as they struggled against the waves. But the blood loss was severe, and Emily drifted in and out of consciousness as they fought to save her. When they finally reached the beach, Rachel and Leora carefully laid Emily onto the sand, but it was too late. Bystanders rushed over to help, with someone immediately calling emergency services. Despite their efforts, Emily was fading fast. Tragically, she passed away on the beach at approximately 6:15 p.m., just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Rachel and Leora were left devastated, their hearts broken as they watched their friend slip away before their eyes. The beach quickly became chaotic, with cries for help and shocked onlookers processing what had happened. The attack would go down as one of the most horrific shark incidents in Hawaii's history. In the aftermath, authorities confirmed Emily had been attacked by multiple bull sharks, drawn to the area by the storm and fishermen's leftovers. While drum lines had been placed to prevent shark attacks, they didn't protect Emily, who swam beyond them. The sharks were never found. Emily Hawthorne's tragic loss will forever be remembered by those who knew her. Though bull sharks don't typically hunt in coordinated groups, they can converge on the same prey in areas rich with food, resulting in the devastating attack that claimed Emily's life. Shirley Durden was a 33-year-old housewife living with her husband Barry and their 4 children in the quiet town of Carcou, Australia. Since their marriage began, the couple had dreamed of leaving behind their simple farm life for a peaceful existence by the sea. When Barry finally surprised Shirley with the news that he had secured a home near Port Lincoln Beach, she was ecstatic. Port Lincoln, located in South Australia on the Lower Eyre Peninsula, is known as the country's seafood capital and a popular tourist spot, celebrated for its stunning coastal beauty. For Shirley, who adored the ocean, it was a dream come true. Once they settled into their new life, the Durdens spent their days fully embracing the beachside lifestyle, relaxing on the shore, sunbathing, fishing, and scuba diving. Their happiness felt complete, as if nothing could ever go wrong. One day, their longtime friend Keith Coventry paid them a visit and suggested a scuba diving trip to collect fresh scallops. Shirley and Barry, both adventurous and experienced divers, immediately agreed. The thrill of a new adventure and the challenge of the dive, something they had bonded over since the start of their relationship, was too tempting to pass up. On March 3, 1985, the trio arrived at the beach, prepared their gear, and reassured their children they'd be back soon. Eager to get started, they swam out into the shallow waters, about 7 feet deep, in search of scallops. Unbeknownst to them, a massive, ravenous 20-foot great white shark was lurking in the shadows, silently watching and waiting. As they scoured the ocean floor, the trio quickly filled their bags with fresh scallops, the excitement of their underwater hunt growing with every find. Shirley and Barry exchanged smiles through their diving masks, savoring the peaceful beauty of the clear water and the thrill of the activity. Barry and Keith felt safe. Statistically, a shark encounter was unlikely. Most great white sharks stay away from shallow waters, and attacks on people are rare. Even when a shark does bite, it usually lets go quickly. Humans are too bony and not as tasty as their favorite food, seals. But those statistics didn't matter to a hungry predator. After a good dive, Barry and Keith decided to swim back to shore, leaving Shirley to explore the beautiful underwater scenery for a little while longer. Eventually, she came back up, her bag full of scallops, and began swimming toward the beach, excitedly calling out about her catch. As Barry and Keith waved back, Barry's smile faded. He saw something in the distance, a big fin moving quickly toward Shirley. His heart dropped as the huge dorsal fin got closer. Then, out of nowhere, the great white shark jumped out of the water, clamping its massive jaws around Shirley's lower body. It lifted her right out of the water and thrashed her like a toy. Blood sprayed everywhere as Shirley screamed. Her cries echoed on the beach, sounding like a nightmare Barry couldn't wake up from. It was horrifying. 1 second she was there, and the next, the shark had torn her apart. The attack happened so quickly that Barry stood frozen in shock, watching as the shark dragged Shirley down into the deep water. A few awful seconds passed before her lifeless body floated back to the surface. Her lower half was completely gone, and blood spread across the water like a dark stain. In panic, Barry ran toward the water, desperate to reach his wife. But Keith held him back, knowing that jumping into the shark's territory would only lead to more tragedy. What happened next was unbearable. The shark came back, mouth wide open, and with one last violent bite, it decapitated Shirley's body. Barry's cries filled the air as the shark disappeared into the murky water, leaving a trail of blood and his wife's lifeless body drifting just yards from the shore where their children stood screaming. Despite everything they had seen, rescuers soon arrived to try and recover Shirley's remains. But the sea had different plans. Neither Shirley's body nor the shark that attacked her was ever found. Experts think the shark went back for the rest of her torso before disappearing into the deep, taking any chance of recovery with it. Shirley Ann Durden's attack was not a simple shark story. It changed the status of the whole community. Families who lived by the sea started to alter how they perceived the water. It was the most horrifying shark attack ever evidenced. The best documentation of the unadulterated nature of nature. But still, as tragic as Shirley's story is, it pales in comparison to the next attack, where a young surfer named Arthur unknowingly recorded his last moments on the beach before heading into the waves and never coming back.
Look that, bro. Look that one. You see that one, bro? Woo!
It was September 15, 2018 on Newcomb Hollow Beach in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. The day had started like any other for Arthur Medici, a 26-year-old engineering student from Revere, Massachusetts. Arthur had moved to the United States from Brazil 4 years earlier, living with his aunt and uncle while pursuing his studies at Bunker Hill Community College. Known for his adventurous spirit, sun-kissed hair, and infectious smile, Arthur found his greatest joy riding the waves. Boogie boarding was his escape from the pressures of life, a place where he felt truly free. Arthur had recently completed his summer classes and was preparing for a significant moment in his personal life. He was planning to propose to Emily, the sister of his close friend Isaac Rocha. He had ordered custom rings from Brazil, eager to take the next step. Arthur and Isaac were more than just friends, they were like brothers, frequently spending time together in the ocean, with Arthur often coaching Isaac on his surfing. In early September, the two friends decided to plan a beach trip to Wellfleet, Massachusetts. They set aside a few days to enjoy the waves and relax at Newcomb Hollow Beach. The trip was more than just a quick getaway. It was a chance for them to bond even more before Arthur took a big step in his personal life. On September 14th, Arthur and Isaac arrived in Wellfleet, excited for their time at the beach. They enjoyed a fantastic first day, bonding over their shared love for the water, with Arthur showing off his skills on the boogie board. It was the perfect start to their trip. The next morning on September 15th, the day began just like the one before. After a light meal, they returned to the beach, prepared to spend the day surfing the waves. As the pair started arranging their equipment, they took time to joke and tease each other, unaware that this would be the last time they'd be together. Arthur, conscious of the gregarious nature of seals, carefully observed the waters before approaching, ensuring to stay clear of the seal colonies in the area. Little did they know that under the tranquility, a deadly beast was awaiting its prey. The conditions seemed perfect for boogie boarding. The weather was fine and the water was so calm that it looked as if it were filled with light. Arthur dashed into the waves as always and caught the first one with ease and then did a few stunts. At the same time, Isaac only looked at his friend, amazed at how easily he navigated the water counter to its current. But what could have been a perfect day was going to turn into a very sad one. As Arthur happily surfed the waves on his boogie board, something moved beneath him, a giant shadow. A 15-foot great white shark silently lurked just inches below the surface of the water. In an instant, the shark struck, clamping its powerful jaws around Arthur's legs. The attack was swift and brutal, tearing deep into his groin and severing his femoral arteries. Blood quickly filled the water, and Arthur's screams echoed across the beach. Isaac, who was surfing nearby, froze in shock for a brief moment as he witnessed the thrashing in the water. He spotted the shark's tail cutting through the waves as it circled once before retreating into the depths, leaving Arthur gravely injured. Without hesitation, Isaac sprang into action. Fighting through his panic, he paddled as fast as he could toward Arthur, who was now struggling to stay afloat. Reaching his friend, Isaac quickly grabbed hold of Arthur and hauled him onto the boogie board, his hands shaking from fear and desperation. He began dragging him toward the shore, shouting desperately for help. Onlookers stood frozen, watching in horror as Isaac struggled with Arthur's now lifeless body, blood trailing in the water. With the help of bystanders, Isaac managed to get Arthur onto the sand. They used the strap of a boogie board as a makeshift tourniquet to try to stop the bleeding. First responders arrived quickly, administering CPR and doing everything they could to save him, but the injuries were too severe. Arthur's life slipped away as those around him struggled to come to terms with what had just happened. His future, once filled with promise, was tragically cut short. He would never get the chance to propose to Emily, the woman he loved, as he had planned. The grief of his sudden loss was overwhelming for both his family and friends. This tragic event marked the first fatal shark attack in Massachusetts in 75 years, sparking widespread public outcry. Arthur's death not only shocked the community but also ignited a heated debate about the rising population of great white sharks in the waters near Cape Cod. In the aftermath, some called for drastic measures, such as installing baited drum lines to capture and kill the sharks. However, conservationists from the Atlantic White Shark Conservancy urged for a more balanced response. They emphasized that sharks are not the villains they're often portrayed to be, but rather crucial members of the marine ecosystem playing a vital role in maintaining its balance. It was December 19, 1981, and South Moss Beach in California was dominated by the powerful forces of nature. Overcast skies loomed overhead, and the wind sliced through the air, creating perfect 15-foot swells. For 24-year-old Louis Boren, this was just another day. Born and raised in California, he had spent countless hours at South Moss Beach, where the waves became his playground. That morning, after a hearty breakfast and in good spirits, Louis was ready for a day of surfing with his friend. The beach was empty. Most people stayed away because of the stormy weather, but that didn't deter Louis and his friend. Laughter soon echoed above the roar of the surf as they rode the powerful waves, carving through the water with ease. The ocean seemed theirs alone, the rhythm of each wave pulling them further into the moment. They kept surfing as the morning gradually gave way to the afternoon. Eventually, it was time to leave. They headed to a nearby beach club for lunch, where they talked about surfing, life, and all the things young men in their 20s usually discuss. At approximately 2 p.m., they returned to the parking lot, ready to part ways, not realizing it would be the last time they'd see each other. Louis had every intention of heading home as he stepped into his car, but something stopped him. The empty beach and the perfect waves were calling. It felt almost too perfect to pass up, so he decided to hit the water one last time, or so he thought. So Louis made his way back to the beach, this time without his friend. As he donned his wetsuit and began paddling out, he looked at the ocean, thinking he would soon ride some perfect waves. But Louis wasn't alone. Below him, hidden in the icy, swirling depths, a massive great white shark circled silently, just out of sight. It watched him, waiting. To the shark, Louis was nothing more than a silhouette gliding across the water's surface, a potential meal in an unforgiving ocean. It wasn't malice or intent, just nature at its most brutal. Then, without any warning, the ocean erupted around him. The shark struck with such incredible force that Louis was thrown out of the water before he could even scream. One moment he was paddling, and the next a crushing weight hit him like a freight train. The impact knocked him back into the water, disorienting him as he struggled to understand what had happened. He tried to turn to fight back, but the power of the creature was overwhelming. His body screamed in agony as the shark's teeth tore into his left chest, ripping out a chunk in one swift motion. And then, everything went quiet. No sound, no sensation, just silence and darkness. No one saw the horror unfold that day, with the beach deserted and silent as the ocean claimed its victim. The following day, however, the first signs of the tragedy emerged. Two surfers made a grim discovery when they came across Lewis's broken surfboard washed up on the shore. A large chunk was missing, as if something massive had bitten through it. About 15 yards away, they found the missing piece. The surfers took the damaged board to the Salinas Police Department, who then forwarded it to the supervising ranger at the beach for further investigation. Just a day later, one of Lewis's friends decided to file a missing persons report, as his car had remained parked at the beach untouched since he was last seen. By Monday, December 21st, suspicions began to grow. His surfboard had been discovered earlier, bearing deep gashes that hinted at a possible shark attack. The authorities, now fearing the worst, launched a search, hoping for answers. But it all remained unclear until Christmas Eve. On that day, the ocean revealed its dark secret. Lewis's body was discovered washed ashore half a mile from where he was last seen. His body was mostly intact except for a large, deep wound in his chest, matching the damage found on his board. The post-mortem report confirmed everyone's worst fears: severe injury due to a shark attack. Lewis's friends and family were heartbroken, mourning the loss of such an adventurous soul in such a tragic way. But the situation only grew more devastating. Days later, a marine biologist analyzed the bitten-off section of Lewis's surfboard and determined that the shark's jaws spanned approximately 18 inches wide, indicating the creature measured about 23 feet in length and weighed nearly 2 tons. It was unmistakably a great white shark, possibly one of the largest ever documented. Experts explained that sharks typically do not see humans as prey, and that this was likely just a curious exploratory bite. But the damage was already done. It was a calm November morning in 1991 on the Hawaiian island of Maui, where the sun glimmered on the crystal-clear waters, casting a serene glow over the quiet beach at Hilo Point. Marty Morell, a swimmer who had been swimming in these waters every morning of her life, swam elegantly. To Marty, each swim was not merely a rite, it was an opportunity to be with the sea that she was fond of since her childhood. With her husband Dave and their children, she was able to build a perfect life on a beachfront property. But that morning, the tranquil ocean held a darkness just beneath its surface. Martha had been raised in Des Moines and later attended Washington State University, where she met her husband. They got married in 1972 and settled in Hawaii, Maui to be precise. Thanks to Dave's job as the manager of the Pioneer Sugar Mill, they were able to live comfortably, and by 1988 they relocated to a beautiful land at Hilo Point with a lagoon that felt like it was made for them. Marty enjoys swimming and thus became a board member of the Aloha Aquatics Club to ensure children in the society develop the same interest. Life seemed picture perfect. That morning, Marty was not swimming alone. Her friend, Louise Cereso, a doctor from Vancouver, joined her on what they thought was a regular morning swim. Together, they swam out, going further from the reef, giggling as the water washed over them. But as they bobbed about 100 yards from the coast, Louise saw a dark, sleek fin breaking the water. At first, Louise thought it was a playful dolphin, common in the region, but as she lowered her head for a closer look, dread gripped her heart. Instead of a dolphin, a tiger shark emerged, its gray body marked with faded stripes, gliding with the predatory grace of an apex hunter. Louise's breath caught in her throat. This massive creature was no ordinary predator. Before she could scream a warning, the ocean erupted around them. In a flash, the shark attacked, its mouth opening wide as it lunged at Marty right in front of Louise's eyes, biting into her friend's body and holding on tightly. The once calm morning shattered into chaos as Marty fought desperately against the shark's relentless assault. Louise stood frozen, horrified, watching as the predator shook its head violently, tearing into Marty. In a panic, she grabbed a piece of driftwood floating nearby and began striking the shark. But she quickly realized her efforts were futile. The shark's cold, unblinking eyes remained fixed on its prey. Marty's agonized screams filled the air as the creature dragged her beneath the waves. The chaos unfolding in the water didn't go unnoticed at Marty's house. A maid witnessed the tragic scene and dialed emergency services with trembling hands. As the brutal assault continued unabated, Louise faced a dire choice. She had to swim for shore to summon help. Panic coursed through her veins. She reached the shallows and screamed for assistance, her voice a desperate plea echoing through the coastal stillness. A repairman working at Marty's residence heard Louise's frantic cries and bolted outside. He grabbed a paddleboard and plunged into the churning sea, propelling himself toward the horrifying situation. As he approached, a nightmare scene unfolded before him. The dark gray fins and sinuous form of the shark surged above the water, relentlessly tearing into Marty. To his horror, he realized that more sharks had joined the gruesome feast, transforming the water into a frenzy of blood and chaos. Terrified for his own life atop the precarious paddleboard, the repairman made a harrowing decision. He turned and paddled frantically back to the safety of the shore, leaving Marty to her grim fate. Meanwhile, emergency services quickly arrived at the scene. They assessed the chaos in the water and realized that Marty had most likely succumbed to her injuries, given the ferocity of the attack and the presence of multiple sharks. Recognizing the urgent need to retrieve her remains, they prepared for the dangerous task ahead. As they approached, the tiger shark circled Marty's lifeless body, refusing to leave its kill. In a daring maneuver, the responders used their boat to force the predator to retreat. Only then could they finally pull her aboard, bringing a heartbreaking end to the harrowing ordeal. The intensity of the attack left a trail of devastation. Friends and family were heartbroken by the loss of the compassionate 41-year-old woman who devoted herself to her family and had a passion for swimming, which unfortunately cost her her life. Marty had always adhered to safety precautions. She never swam by herself and preferred to experience the ocean during the day in waters she knew well. That day, the sky was bright and clear and the waters glistened in the sunlight. However, experts suggested that her movements may have inadvertently drawn the shark's attention, an unfortunate instance of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was April 30th, 2002, and the waters around Smoky Bay, South Australia were anything but calm. For weeks, a great white shark had been roaming the area, striking fear into the hearts of fishermen and locals alike. The shark had earned a reputation for its aggression, attacking fishing boats and destroying gear. Smoky Bay, once known for its rich scallop beds, had become a place of unease. Boats that once sailed confidently now returned with damage, and fishermen told stories of close encounters, warning others to stay out of the water. Paul Buckland, a 23-year-old diver from Port Lincoln, was well aware of the danger lurking in the waters around Smoky Bay. Growing up as one of 3 sons in a popular fishing family, Paul had heard countless stories about the sea's unpredictable nature. Just 3 days before their planned dive, Paul and his dive partner, Shannon Jensen, had been warned by local fishermen about the aggressive great white shark that had been terrorizing the area, damaging boats and gear. Despite the warnings, Paul's years of experience gave him a sense of confidence. He and Shannon had specifically traveled to Smoky Bay after hearing rumors that it was a hot spot for scallop diving, with bountiful beds ready for harvest. Having been diving for most of his life, Paul had established his own scallop diving business in his early 20s, often facing the ocean's challenges head-on. He trusted his shark repellent device, a pod designed to emit electric pulses to deter sharks. It had never failed him before, and Paul believed that with his experience, his team, and the equipment, they were prepared for anything the waters might throw at them. On the morning of April 30th, Paul and Shannon set out to explore the waters of Smoky Bay. Their plan was simple. They would take turns diving for scallops, one staying aboard the boat while the other dove. Shannon was the first to dive, descending into the water as Paul waited on the boat. The seabed was exactly what they'd hoped for, full of scallops. Shannon's net quickly filled as he worked with excitement, gathering far more than expected. By the time he surfaced, his catch was impressive, a huge haul that made Paul's eyes light up with anticipation. As Shannon climbed back into the boat, Paul wasted no time. Strapping on the shark repellent device, he was eager to dive into what seemed like the perfect spot. With Shannon catching his breath and feeling confident in their success, Paul prepared to make his dive, excited to match or even exceed the massive catch his partner had just pulled in. But only minutes after Paul disappeared beneath the surface, the calmness of the water was broken. About 200 feet from the boat, Paul erupted from the water, his arms flailing as he signaled for help. Shannon's heart raced as he rushed to start the boat, knowing that the shark, which the fishermen had warned them about, was nearby. When Shannon arrived, he spotted a massive shark, about 21 feet long, lurking just beneath the surface. Panicking, he reached Paul in time, grabbing him by the arms and desperately trying to pull him to safety. But before he could haul him fully into the boat, a powerful force struck from the right. The shark clamped down on Paul with terrifying strength, ripping him from Shannon's grip and dragging him under. Paul's scream echoed through the air as the shark's jaws tightened around him. Determined not to give up, Shannon rammed the boat into the shark as it thrashed violently at the surface, hoping to drive it away. Again and again, he struck the predator, but the shark held on, relentlessly thrashing Paul's body with brutal force, turning the water crimson with blood. After several hits, the shark finally let go. Paul's body floated limp and lifeless on the surface. Shannon hauled him aboard, but the damage was devastating. Paul's left leg had been completely severed, and much of his side was torn away. His skin was ghostly pale, and blood continued to pour from the terrible wounds. Shannon quickly turned off the shark repellent device, which had been functioning the entire time, but had been proven useless against such a determined predator. He wrapped Paul's body in a thick doona, trying in vain to stop the bleeding, but he knew it was too late. Paul's eyes were already rolling back, and his body lay still. The boat was too damaged, and with no phone signal or working radio, Shannon had no way to call for help. Every minute felt like an eternity as he frantically tried to flag down nearby boats. Eventually, a fisherman noticed his desperate signals and came to their rescue. They rushed back to shore, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. Paul Buckland was declared dead at the scene, having succumbed to catastrophic blood loss from the attack. Paul's death marked one of the first known fatalities involving a shark repellent device. His unwavering faith in the device's protection led him to ignore repeated warnings, and that misplaced confidence tragically sealed his fate. His loss sent shockwaves through the community, leaving his family devastated. Despite his adventurous spirit and expertise in the water, Paul became a victim of nature's unforgiving power. Maybe you've seen the headlines over the past few weeks. A tragic and mysterious death that has shaken the diving world. Colleen, a 68-year-old woman, set off on a routine dive, something that she had done countless times before. But this dive took a horrific turn, ending in a fatal shark attack. What happened beneath the surface remains one of the most chilling and unexplained events ever recorded. It was September 26, 2024, and Colleen Munfro, a 68-year-old grandmother and seasoned diver from the United States, was embarking on one of the last planned dives of her 7-week adventure across Indonesia. Colleen's love for diving had spanned decades, a passion she had shared with her husband Mike since their high school days. The two had met as teenagers, drawn together by their mutual love for nature and adventure. Over the years, they had not only explored the world's oceans together, but also owned a successful dive shop where they shared their passion with others. This trip to Indonesia, with its rich marine biodiversity and world-renowned dive sites, was a dream come true for both of them, an opportunity to relive their most cherished memories beneath the surface. That morning, the group of 6 divers who had grown close over the trip shared a cheerful breakfast. Laughter filled the air, and there was a deep sense of connection between them all. As they suited up for the day's dive, the excitement was palpable. The group had bonded over the past several weeks, and the familiarity between them fostered an easygoing, joyful atmosphere. As Colleen and her group descended to a depth of 25 feet, the water surrounding Pulau Rong, part of the breathtaking Alor archipelago, promised vibrant coral reefs and rare marine life, a diver's paradise. For Colleen, each dive was a chance to reconnect with the sense of wonder she'd felt since her teenage years. Confident and experienced, she wasn't easily frightened by the ocean. Yet, beneath the surface of these beautiful waters, there lurked hidden dangers, powerful currents and marine predators like tiger sharks that thrived in the warmth. The dive started with Colleen savoring every moment, knowing this was one of her last dives on this trip. She took in the vibrant underwater world, watching a graceful manta ray glide effortlessly through the coral reefs. The calm waters and serene surroundings made it feel like a perfect final adventure beneath the surface. But after about 30 minutes, the mood of the ocean began to shift. The once gentle currents turned fierce, swirling unpredictably. As the group tried to ascend to safer depths, the currents intensified, making it difficult to stay together. Colleen, in particular, felt the force pulling her away. She struggled to keep close to her husband Mike, but the ocean's grip was too strong. She waved her arms frantically, trying to signal her friends, but the churning water made it hard to be seen. Mike, just feet away, reached out desperately, but Colleen was already being dragged farther from him. Her shouts for help were muffled by the water, vanishing into the vast blue. Mike and the others did their best to fight the current, but within moments, Colleen was gone, pulled beyond their reach. The ocean, indifferent to their efforts, swallowed her whole. Desperation set in as the group frantically searched, their hearts racing. The dive guide quickly signaled for everyone to resurface, knowing the current was too strong to fight. When they emerged, gasping for air, a heavy dread settled over them. Mike's heart pounded as he scanned the water in every direction, calling Colleen's name, but there was no sign of her. The once beautiful waves now felt ominous, crashing violently against the shore. Hours of desperate searching followed, with boats dispatched and local authorities joining the effort. But as the strong current carried Colleen farther beyond reach, hope began to fade. The vast ocean, indifferent and unforgiving, seemed to swallow any trace of her, leaving only the haunting sound of the waves behind. An exhaustive 8-day search unfolded, with the coastline and waters scoured for any sign of Colleen. But the days stretched on and the ocean offered no clues. On October 3rd, with sea conditions worsening, the search was called off, and a heavy silence fell over the group. But 3 days later, on October 6th, the story took a grim turn. A fisherman off the coast of East Timor encountered a tiger shark in distress. Believing it had swallowed debris or fishing nets, the fisherman brought the shark aboard. Inside the shark's stomach, he found large human remains, pieces of a black wetsuit, and diving gear. Authorities quickly confirmed that these were Colleen's remains. Colleen's last moments remain a mystery, but the discovery of her remains inside the shark is a grim reminder that even in the beautiful waters of Thailand, danger always lurks beneath the surface. Her friends and family were devastated by the loss, none more so than Mike, her husband. Now alone, Mike was left to grapple with the heartbreaking reality that he would never again embark on adventures with his fearless and adventurous partner. When you enter the sea, you can never truly know when your final moments might come. It was July 15, 2017, and the brilliant sun rose over Makati Bay, illuminating the Red Sea in bright light. The smell of the sea mingled with the sounds of joy in people's voices, children and their parents enjoying their time freely on a sunny summer day. For 28-year-old Ruben Morales, a professional swimmer, this was the perfect day to reconnect with the ocean. Ruben had traveled the world since finishing college, eager to embrace new experiences and adventures. Known for his speed and endurance in the water, he had won several regional swimming competitions, making him feel confident and at home in any aquatic environment. This trip to Egypt held special significance as he reunited after years with his college friend Darius, who lived by the Red Sea and was excited to show him the beauty of the area. Having woken up very early to prepare a hearty breakfast filled with jokes and camaraderie, Ruben and Darius decided to head out to the beach, where the water sparkled like diamonds. Ruben's heart raced with excitement as he stripped down to his swimsuit, unaware of the terrifying fate that would soon await him in the waters. They swam with exuberance, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the sea. Tropical fish darted among the corals, and Ruben felt a rush of exhilaration with every stroke, the water embracing him like a long-lost friend. Usually, the Red Sea was safe, but on this day, a 10-foot mako shark was roaming the waters. Drawn to the warm temperatures of the Red Sea, which hovered around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, the shark was searching for prey. Unfortunately for Darius and Ruben, the murky conditions made it difficult for them to see the approaching danger. They enjoyed swimming while reminiscing about the experiences they had shared since the last time they had seen each other, which was quite a while ago. After a while, they paused in the water to share a laugh, their heads bobbing above the surface. The sun glared down and the beach buzzed with life. Looking around, Ruben noticed a dark silhouette moving beneath the surface. It was difficult to see, but he immediately mentioned it to Darius, who knew these waters well. As Darius turned to look where Ruben pointed, the shape disappeared from view. Having lived here for years, Darius assured Ruben that it was probably just a big fish or some seaweed. They agreed to return to the coast, since they had been in the water for a while. Although Darius trusted his instincts, they remained cautious about the dark shape, but didn't feel the need to alarm anyone. Just as they turned their backs to swim toward the shore, the quiet was suddenly broken. The surface erupted as the mako shark shot up from the depths, biting down hard on Ruben's right leg. Blood erupted into the water as the shark clamped its powerful jaws around him, dragging him beneath the surface. Before he could even scream, everything went dark. Pain surged through his body as the shark pulled him down, the water closing over his head. Fear coursed through him as he fought to escape the grip of the creature. Darius, momentarily stunned, sprang into action, swimming frantically toward Reuben with every ounce of strength he had left. The ocean felt alive with terror as he reached out, desperately trying to save his friend. He started punching the shark, his fist landing squarely on the animal's tough hide, but the creature wouldn't let go. Reuben fought back with everything he had. He swung his left hand in wild desperation, not even knowing where his strikes were landing, but driven by the primal instinct to survive. Just as he was trying to fend off the shark, it lunged forward again, biting down on his left hand and severing it. Blood swirled around him as he struggled against the powerful creature, fighting for his life. After this second horrific bite, the shark released him and vanished quickly into the depths, perhaps startled by Darius's punches or realizing that Reuben wasn't its usual prey. Darius caught Reuben and dragged him to the surface. Gasping for air, Reuben's mind spun as they struggled against the waves, blood staining the water around them. A nearby beachgoer, brave enough to help as others watched and screamed, rushed to join Darius in their fight against the current. Together they pulled Reuben toward the shore, the beach drawing nearer yet feeling very distant. With each stroke, Reuben rapidly lost blood, the burning ache in his leg intensifying with every moment. Finally, they stumbled onto the sand and chaos erupted. More bystanders rushed to the beach with wide eyes, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lifeguards quickly sprang into action, rushing to Reuben's side. They applied pressure to stop the bleeding from his right leg where the shark had bitten down hard, but the sight of his severed left hand was horrific. Eventually, the ambulance arrived and Reuben was transported to Hurghada Hospital, where the medical team immediately went to work on him. He received treatment for his severe injuries, including a deep bite wound on his right leg, and remarkably, he survived. However, due to the severity of the damage, his left hand had to be amputated. In the days that followed, an investigation was launched into the shark attack, and the beach was closed for several weeks. The incident made headlines, dominating local newspapers and sparking widespread concern among beachgoers and residents alike. Reuben was grateful to be alive, though many would expect him never to enter the water again. Yet his passion for swimming never died. After months of recovery and overcoming his fears, he cautiously returned to the ocean. Though his love for the water remained strong, he now swam with a more watchful eye, always aware of the dangers lurking beneath the surface.
On the morning of August 12, 1993, David Miles and 4 close friends set out for a day of abalone diving along the northern coast of California. This was a familiar routine for the group. Every few weeks they would make the trip to these coastal waters, not only for the adventure and camaraderie, but also for the opportunity to gather abalone, a prized shellfish that could earn them extra money when sold to local markets. As they waded into the cool water, the sun cast a golden hue over the rugged coastline, adding to the sense of promise the day held. With their dive tube floating alongside them as a safety marker, the group swam out from the shore. Laughter and conversation filled the air as they prepared for the dive. They dove beneath the waters, and for about 30 minutes David and his friends explored beneath the surface, each heading in their own direction and occasionally surfacing for air. The clear water revealed patches of rocky terrain below, where they hoped to spot the distinctive shells of abalone. Moving effortlessly through the water, the group explored at their own pace. As the others ventured farther out, David decided to circle around a large rock formation that caught his eye. He carefully scanned the crevices for abalone, but after a few moments of searching, he realized there was nothing noteworthy. With a calm kick of his fins, he began to ascend toward the surface, ready to regroup. While ascending, David was captivated by the underwater scenery, distracted by the swaying kelp and the flicker of fish darting between rocks. His mind wandered as he took in the serene beauty around him, unaware of the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, without warning, he was violently struck from behind, jolting him out of his peaceful reverie. A massive great white shark, estimated to be 18 to 20 feet long, lunged at David. The shark swallowed him head first, its jaws closing around his head and shoulders. David could feel his head inside the shark's mouth and could even see light filtering through the shark's teeth. The shark bit down again, now grabbing him past his shoulder blades. David stayed motionless, fearing that if he struggled, the shark would thrash and tear him apart. In a stroke of luck, the shark opened its jaws briefly. David took his chance, pushing himself free from the shark's mouth. His adrenaline surged, and he frantically swam 30 yards to a nearby rock formation. He discarded his weight belt to swim faster, desperately trying to get out of the water before the shark attacked again. Luckily, he made it to the rock formation and climbed out of the water. He screamed for help, his voice carrying over the waves. Mike Swartzel, one of David's closest friends, surfaced for air after his dive and was the first to hear the desperate cries. Looking toward the rocks, he spotted David in clear distress. Without hesitation, Mike swam toward him, reaching the rocks where David had pulled himself out of the water. Within minutes, the whole group was gathered on the rock, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. One of David's friends brought the dive tube with him, knowing it would be crucial for their return. David's injuries were severe, and time was of the essence. The shark had bitten through his scalp, leaving multiple lacerations on his head and neck, and his back was laid open with deep wounds, as if by a fillet knife. They knew they had to get David back to shore quickly, but he was terrified to re-enter the water. After 30 agonizing minutes of convincing him, the friends decided to make the dangerous swim back, even though the shark was still active nearby. They jumped back into the water, using the dive tube for support as they made their way toward the shore. David, weakened by blood loss and slipping into shock, clung to the tube while Mike pulled him along, all the while painfully aware that the shark could return at any moment. As they swam, David became increasingly lethargic, and Mike feared his friend might lose consciousness before they could reach safety. Still, they pressed forward, determined to get David to shore. Fortunately, they were not attacked again, and they finally made it back to the beach. The beach was located beneath a large cliff, making access difficult. David had to be airlifted from the shore by a Coast Guard helicopter and transported to Mendocino Coast Hospital in Fort Bragg. His injuries were severe, requiring more than 100 stitches to close, but miraculously, he survived. Later, in an interview, David described his experience as akin to winning the lottery. And I think we can all agree, this truly was a life-or-death lottery that David was incredibly fortunate to win. When a shark attack on humans is reported, the great white is usually the prime suspect, and for good reason. Statistics show that this now endangered species is responsible for 37% of all recorded shark attacks. In comparison, bull sharks and tiger sharks are behind fewer incidents. Interestingly, while great whites are involved in more attacks, they are less likely to cause fatalities. Bull sharks and tiger sharks, on the other hand, tend to be much more deadly, with their bites often resulting in severe physical harm or even death. But these stats only cover the numbers of attacks and fatalities. They don't explain why sharks, which aren't interested in humans as food, still attack. If humans aren't on their menu, what's causing these encounters? And why are shark attacks becoming more frequent with each passing decade? Our next story takes us to Hawaii, a tropical paradise that also holds a darker secret. Hawaii averages 2 to 3 shark attacks per year, many involving tiger sharks, though other species like reef sharks and Galapagos sharks have also been known to strike. Since 1828, over 100 documented shark attacks have occurred in Hawaii, with several resulting in tragic deaths. On June 24, 2003, one such encounter turned a honeymoon into a nightmare for Ethan and Jessica Collins. The couple had booked a dolphin swim with Pacific Wave Dolphin Tours, a well-known company offering dolphin excursions to eager tourists. What was supposed to be a peaceful day swimming with dolphins quickly became a fight for survival. Ethan, 32, was full of excitement. Swimming with dolphins was the highlight of their honeymoon. something he had been looking forward to for days. His wife, Jessica, 30, shared his love for adventure but felt a growing sense of unease about being out in deep water. Despite trusting Ethan, her nerves were hard to shake. The beach at Waikiki, Oahu, was lively that morning, with tourists crowding the shore and eager for their adventures. Pacific Wave Dolphin Tours was one of the most popular excursions, drawing visitors from all over the world. After checking in, Ethan and Jessica were introduced to their tour guide, Kai Manoa. As Kai handed them their life vests and snorkeling gear, he began briefing the group about safety protocols. Jessica's anxiety grew, prompting her to ask if the tour was really safe. Kai, unfazed, reassured her, explaining that in all the years the company had operated, there had never been an accident. During the briefing, Kai touched on the rare possibility of encountering sharks, but emphasized that the dolphins usually deterred any predators. He reminded everyone to stay calm and close together, assuring them that they were in safe hands. Ethan and Jessica listened carefully, not yet realizing how crucial these instructions would soon become. When the group was ready, equipped with their life vests and snorkeling gear, the first dolphins appeared about a mile offshore. They were leaping and spinning in the air, drawing excitement from everyone on board. Jessica was amazed, momentarily forgetting about the nerves that had troubled her when they first set off. Kai instructed them to enter the water, and soon they were floating among a pod of about 30 dolphins. Ethan swam closer, clearly captivated by the dolphins, while Jessica remained more reserved, sticking closer to the group, but still awed by the moment. The group had been swimming with the dolphins for about 20 minutes, marveling at their graceful movements. The dolphins playfully circled the group, leaping out of the water, but suddenly, and without warning, the dolphins scattered in different directions, disappearing into the deep with surprising speed. The mood shifted from excitement to confusion. Disappointment rippled through the group as they realized the dolphins were gone. Jessica, already nervous from the start, felt her anxiety grow even more. Everyone's attention swiftly shifted to Kai. He was in the water with them, his calm demeanor now more serious. Without raising alarm, Kai quietly instructed the group to swim back to the boat, emphasizing the need to remain calm and move slowly. He knew the sudden disappearance of the dolphins could signal danger nearby, and panic in the water could escalate the situation. Despite Kai's calm instructions, it was already too late. Without warning, Ethan felt a sharp, excruciating pain shoot through his leg as a tiger shark clamped down on his calf. His scream echoed across the water, and he thrashed violently, trying to shake the predator loose. In a desperate attempt to follow Kai's earlier instructions, Ethan reached down and tried to poke the shark in the gills. The shark briefly released him, but circled back and bit into his life vest, tugging him under for another terrifying moment before finally disappearing into the depths. Jessica, swimming nearby with the rest of the group, froze at the sight of the blood spreading through the water. She quickly swam toward Ethan as Kai reached him, helping to keep him afloat. The other tourists, visibly shaken, followed Kai's calm but urgent instructions, making their way back to the boat as smoothly as possible. Ethan's leg had been severely mauled, with deep gashes from the shark's bite causing significant blood loss. The crew quickly applied a tourniquet to his leg to slow the bleeding while Kai radioed for emergency assistance. Jessica stayed by Ethan's side, clinging to him as the boat raced toward shore, where paramedics were already waiting. Though the crew had managed to slow the bleeding, his condition remained critical. At the hospital, doctors immediately rushed Ethan into emergency surgery. The shark's bite had caused extensive damage to his calf. The procedure was critical, but after intense efforts, the doctors managed to save his leg. Though Ethan had survived the attack, the emotional trauma for both him and Jessica would last far longer. The life vest Ethan wore, the one that had saved him from a second bite, became a keepsake, a haunting reminder of the day they almost lost everything. In the days following the attack, Pacific Wave Dolphin Tours suspended its operations while authorities conducted an investigation. The official statement explained that the dolphins had likely attracted the tiger shark, a natural predator. As a result, the company promised to implement new safety protocols to prevent future incidents. It was September 16th, 2010, and the waters off Australia's west coast were unusually rough. A storm had recently passed, leaving the sea murky and unpredictable. Most divers had chosen to stay ashore that morning, but for John Riley, 35, and his friend Rick Lawson, 32, the conditions seemed challenging but manageable. The two men had been diving together for years, and despite the turbulent waters, they were eager to test their luck with another abalone dive. John, a seasoned diver and father of 4, had spent over a decade scouring these waters for abalone, prized for its culinary value. Each dive was a chance to escape the routine of life on land and immerse himself in the world below the waves. Rick, less experienced but trusting of John's instincts, felt the same thrill of adventure each time they ventured out together. With their boat anchored and gear ready, John was the first to enter the water. The mood between the two friends was light. They laughed and joked, feeling confident and ready for another adventure beneath the surface. John opted for hookah diving, a method that allowed him to breathe through a hose connected to the boat rather than lugging an oxygen tank. His wetsuit, weight belt, backup pony bottle, and knife were standard for dives like these, giving him both protection and mobility. Rick held the boat steady, watching as John slipped beneath the surface, the water closing over him with barely a ripple. Below, the world became thick and distorted, the recent storm turning the once clear waters into a swirling murk. From the boat, Rick watched as John's figure blurred and then disappeared entirely beneath the surface. In just moments, John was out of sight, swallowed by the most clouded conditions Rick could remember. John was accustomed to these conditions. Murky waters and obscured views were part of the job. He moved carefully, each motion measured as he navigated the underwater terrain. Somewhere below, among the rocks, lay the abalone he sought, hidden but valuable enough to make the dive worth the challenge. The lure of abalone and the $60 per kilogram it could fetch made the risk worth it. However, on this day, they were not alone in the water. The seals and sea lions that frequented the area were attracting a different kind of visitor, a great white shark. Minutes into the dive, as Rick kept a lookout from the boat, a dark shape broke the surface. A massive 19-foot great white shark, its tail thrashing the water. Rick's stomach dropped as he realized the danger. He screamed John's name, yanking on the hookah line in a desperate attempt to alert his friend below, but it was too late. The shark had already struck. The water exploded in a violent frenzy as the shark attacked. Rick's heart raced as he began pulling on the hookah line, but there was nothing. No resistance, no weight. Panic surged through him, the terrifying thought settling in that John was no longer attached to the line. He kept pulling frantically. The line suddenly gave way, and what came up from the depths froze Rick in place. John's harness, shredded and mangled, attached to the torn pony bottle, both bearing the unmistakable marks of the shark's teeth. Cold dread surged through Rick's body, but before he could process it, movement caught his eye. Just a few feet away, something floated to the surface, bobbing in the crimson-stained water. Rick's eyes locked onto it, his heart pounding with fear. John, his friend's lifeless body, mangled and broken, rose to the surface. Desperation surged through Rick as he leaned over the side of the boat, his hands trembling as he reached for John. He grasped at the blood-soaked wetsuit, but his fingers kept slipping, the fabric slick and wet. Rick tried again, but the current began to pull John away. With horror tightening his chest, Rick watched helplessly as John's body sank. Overcome with shock and devastation, Rick had no choice but to steer the boat back toward shore, hoping there was still something that could be done. When Rick reached Starvation Bay, he found a group of fishermen who helped alert the authorities. Search efforts were launched immediately, but the turbulent waters made the search difficult. 3 days later, John's body was recovered, confirming what Rick already feared. Marine experts believed the shark, likely confused by the murky water and the presence of seals, had mistaken John for prey. John Riley's death shocked the diving community. For Rick, the loss was devastating. He had trusted John's expertise, but the event was a stark reminder that nature is unpredictable and deadly. The next story takes us to Sharm el-Sheikh, a renowned coastal paradise situated on the southern tip of Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. This popular tourist hotspot is celebrated for its year-round sunny climate, clear blue waters, and vibrant coral reefs, attracting millions of visitors each year. However, Sharm el-Sheikh is also a site of frequent shark encounters. The region has seen several high-profile shark attacks over the years, making it one of the more dangerous spots along the Red Sea for such incidents. On December 5, 2010, 71-year-old Maria Bauer and her husband, Klaus, were staying at the luxurious Nilea Sands Resort. The German couple, married for over 40 years, were enjoying their 10th visit to the resort, having spent their later years discovering the world together. They were drawn back each year by the tranquility and beauty of the resort, which had become a cherished escape from the cold, harsh winters of Germany. However, they were unaware that the beach had been closed for a few days due to multiple shark attacks. Authorities had reopened it just 2 days prior, assuring guests that the waters were now safe and the beach was packed with tourists once again. As the couple made their way down the beach, Klaus decided to stop by the resort's beach bar, conveniently located just off the sandy path. He told Maria he'd be back shortly and grabbed an ice-cold drink, pausing for a quick chat with the familiar bartender they'd come to know over their many visits. Klaus took a moment to enjoy his drink, gazing at the bustling shoreline, not realizing these were his final peaceful moments. Meanwhile, Maria, eager to snorkel, continued toward the inviting, crystal-clear waters, blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking below. She marveled at the vibrant coral reefs and the colorful butterfly fish that darted around her, their bright patterns illuminating the water. Enjoying the tranquility, Maria didn't notice the sudden change in the fish's behavior as they darted away in a flash. Unseen beneath her, an oceanic white-tip shark was closing in. Known as one of the most dangerous shark species to humans, the oceanic white-tip is infamous for its ruthless hunting tactics. It stalks prey from below, striking with sudden, powerful bites and rarely letting go once it is latched on. Warmer water temperatures had drawn these predators closer to shore, bringing them into areas they rarely ventured, making encounters with swimmers even more perilous. This was exactly how it attacked Maria, striking from beneath with incredible speed. The shark lunged at her, biting into her leg with tremendous force and dragging her underwater before she had time to react or scream. Nearby tourists watched in shock as the attack unfolded. The poor elderly Maria stood no chance against the shark's relentless assault. She fought desperately, thrashing in the water, but the shark's powerful jaws clamped down repeatedly, refusing to release its grip. The white-tipped shark attacked again and again, dragging her violently through the water as she tried in vain to break free. Lifeguards rushed into the water, battling against the strong currents and chaos to reach her. They managed to pull her from the shark's grasp, but the damage had already been done. The extent of her injuries was horrifying. Flesh was missing from her buttocks, her abdomen was deeply lacerated, and her right arm and leg were partially severed. The lifeguards frantically tried to resuscitate Maria on the beach, working tirelessly as her blood soaked the sand. It was a horrifying sight, her pale, lifeless body contrasting starkly against the bright sun and azure waters. Despite their desperate efforts, Maria's injuries were too severe, and she succumbed to the brutal attack, dying on the shore as horrified onlookers watched in shock. When Klaus returned from the beach bar, he made his way back to see where Maria was snorkeling, unaware of what had happened in his absence. As he approached, he noticed a crowd gathered by the water's edge. Panic set in when he saw Maria's snorkel gear abandoned on the sand. Pushing through the onlookers, he froze at the sight of lifeguards desperately working on Maria's lifeless body. Klaus's heart shattered. Maria was gone. News of the attack spread quickly through the resort. Many tourists expressed their anger, feeling betrayed that they had not been properly warned about the recent shark activity. The hotel staff defended their decision, insisting that the authorities had assured them the waters were safe. Experts later identified the culprit as a nearly 10-foot oceanic white-tip shark. Investigations suggested that the sudden spike in attacks was due to unusually warm water temperatures and a reported ship dumping animal carcasses into the sea, which may have lured the sharks closer to shore. For Klaus, the tragedy marked the end of an era. Their years of exploring the world together had ended abruptly in the waters of Sharm el-Sheikh. Did you know that when a great white shark attacks, it can strike with the speed of a car racing at 35 miles per hour? That's exactly what happened to Jose, an abalone diver off the coast of Peru. In a split second, the shark tore off his arm, and his head wasn't spared either, leaving a chilling reminder of the ocean's brutal dangers. It was the morning of January 5, 1992, and the air was still as Jose Lorenzo prepared for what seemed like a routine fishing trip off Punta Negra. Jose, a 38-year-old man, had spent most of his life at sea. Born and raised on the Chilean coast, the ocean had always been his second home. Fishing wasn't just a job for him, it was a way of life, one that offered both fulfillment and the opportunity to support his family. His love for the sea went hand in hand with his work as a diver, harvesting the much sought-after Chilean abalone. Known locally as locos, this abalone is a prized delicacy along the Pacific coasts of Chile and Peru. Its tender, flavorful meat is highly coveted, not just for its taste, but for the significant income it can bring. Fishermen like Jose can make a good living by harvesting locos, but with high rewards come high risks. Harvesting these ocean treasures requires divers to brave the Pacific's rocky shores and venture into deep waters. Every dive held the promise of valuable rewards, but also the looming danger that the same waters, abundant with life, could quickly become a deadly battleground. This morning, Jose was accompanied by two of his diving buddies as they ventured out on their boat. They anchored just a few feet from shore, ready to begin their work. With his pry bar in hand, Jose was prepared to extract locos from their hiding spots among the rocky seabed. Without hesitation, he slipped into the water, breaking its calm surface with a smooth dive. The cool embrace of the sea welcomed him as he descended, his collection bag trailing behind him, waiting to be filled. For the next 30 minutes, Jose moved skillfully through the depths, prying locos from the rocks, and even spearing a few curious fish that ventured too close. His experience as a diver was evident with each precise movement, but as he checked his haul, it wasn't what he had hoped for. The bags were lighter than expected, leaving a hint of frustration in his gut. Not one to give up easily, Jose climbed back aboard the boat, signaling to his crew that they would push further out to find a richer spot. The promise of a greater catch lay just beyond the horizon, and he was determined to find it. After searching the coastline, Jose and his crew found what seemed like a promising new location, about 60 feet from shore. The water here had a certain clarity, and the rocky formations below hinted at the presence of abalone. Jose had a good feeling about this spot. He turned to his buddies, flashed a grin, and with a sense of optimism, said goodbye as he dove in, unaware that this would be his most dangerous dive yet. What none of them realized was that they had anchored too close to a sea lion colony, a notorious hunting ground for larger predators. As Jose descended, the ocean around him felt peaceful, almost serene. The water was about 30 feet deep here, and after just a few moments of searching, he spotted a cluster of locos clinging to the rocks below. His pry bar was ready, and as he carefully extracted the abalone from its hiding place and slipped it into his bag, the tranquility was suddenly shattered. Out of the corner of his eye, Jose caught a flash of movement, a shadow moving faster than anything in the ocean should. Before he could fully register what was happening, the massive form of a great white shark appeared, gliding silently toward him. Panic surged through his body as he instinctively raised his left arm in defense, but it was too late. The shark's immense jaws snapped shut, clamping down on his upper body with unimaginable force. Razor-sharp teeth ripped through his wetsuit, tearing into his flesh as his left arm and shoulder were torn apart in a violent, blood-chilling instant. Above the surface, Jose's crew didn't immediately grasp the nightmare that was unfolding below. It wasn't until the sea turned a deep, ominous red, and the enormous shape of a great white shark emerged with what remained of Jose's upper body in its jaws, that they realized the horrifying truth. Stunned and overwhelmed, they could only watch as the shark held their friend, his head and left arm gone, his body mangled almost beyond recognition. Nearby boats noticed the commotion and sped over, their crews desperate to help. The motormen revved their engines loudly, sending powerful vibrations through the water. The noise worked, and the massive shark finally veered away. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Jose's crew quickly retrieved his remains and, without hesitation, raced toward the shore, where emergency services awaited, ready to act. Despite their swift return, there was nothing more that could be done. The entire coastal community was left in shock by the tragedy. Jose's attack was something none of them had ever experienced before. His diving companions, shaken to their core by the horror, vowed never to return to the ocean again. An autopsy later revealed the extent of his injuries: decapitation at the 7th cervical vertebra, and his left arm and shoulder torn from his body. The great white shark responsible was estimated to be over 19 feet long, one of the largest seen in the region in recent years. Jose Lorenzo's death proved that the ocean's true rulers are its predators, and no amount of money is worth the risk of your life. On the afternoon of October 14, 1972, the sun hung low over the calm waters off Cane Bay, St. Croix. Known for its crystal-clear waters and dramatic underwater walls, Cane Bay was a diver's paradise, drawing both scientists and thrill-seekers from around the world. That day, the ocean was particularly serene, its surface gently rippling under the Caribbean sun. For 3 experienced divers, Brett Gilliam, Rod Temple, and Robbie McIlvaine, it seemed like the perfect day for their latest research expedition. The trio was on a scientific mission, exploring the famous Cane Bay Wall and documenting marine life. Equipped with full diving gear, including wetsuits, tanks, and harnesses, they descended into the deep blue. Brett and Robbie focused on collecting samples and taking notes, while Rod, the dive leader, stayed at a lower depth to finish some observations and monitor their overall progress. Their routine was practiced and precise. Each diver knew their role and limits. After about 30 minutes enjoying the dive, Brett and Robbie felt their work was nearly complete as they began wrapping up at around 175 feet. Everything had gone smoothly, but when they realized they hadn't heard or seen anything from Rod, positioned deeper, a sense of unease set in. Pausing their ascent, they waited for Rod to surface, but he still didn't appear. Robbie, scanning the water below, noticed bubbles rising from the depths, a clear sign something was wrong. While Robbie, running low on air, slowly ascended to the surface, Brett, with enough air in his tank, made the quick decision to dive back down, thinking Rod might be dealing with a minor gear issue. But what Brett found would turn their routine dive into a nightmare. When Brett reached Rod, he was confronted with a horrifying sight. A massive oceanic white-tip shark had clamped its powerful jaws around Rod's left thigh, its body circling just beneath him. The once clear water was now clouded with Rod's blood, turning the surrounding area into a murky red haze. Rod was barely able to fight back, his movements weak as he struggled to push the predator away. Acting on instinct, Brett approached cautiously, knowing the shark could easily turn on him at any moment. As he neared, the oceanic white-tip loosened its grip on Rod's leg, seemingly preparing for another strike. Seizing the opportunity, Brett lunged forward, grabbing hold of Rod's shoulder harness and pulling with all his strength, trying to drag him upward and away from the shark's deadly jaws. Rod, weakened and bleeding heavily, could barely help. Just as Brett started to pull Rod to safety, the shark surged again, striking with brutal force and knocking Brett off balance. Before Brett could regain control, another oceanic white-tip shark appeared from the depths, just as large and aggressive. It attacked Rod's leg, tearing away chunks of flesh with terrifying ease. Brett fought back fiercely, punching at the sharks in a desperate attempt to save his friend, but the predators were relentless, pulling Rod deeper into the ocean. Brett held on, refusing to abandon his friend, but the combined force of the sharks dragged them toward the edge of the underwater wall. As they descended past 300 feet, Brett, now running dangerously low on air, saw Rod's eyes meet his. Barely conscious, Rod gave Brett a final pained look, silently urging him to save himself. With no other choice, Brett knew he had to let go. As the sharks circled back for another attack, they ripped Rod from Brett's grip, dragging his mangled body into the abyss. Brett, now alone and nearly out of air, fought to stay conscious as he made his desperate ascent toward the surface. Every movement was a struggle, his vision fading as his oxygen-starved brain began to shut down. With his air supply almost depleted, Brett lost consciousness just before reaching the surface, his body floating upward, carried only by the small volume of air in his safety vest. Miraculously, Brett woke up gasping for air at the surface, dazed and disoriented. His survival was nothing short of a 1-in-a-million chance. Robbie, who had been anxiously watching from the boat, spotted him and rushed to pull Brett aboard. The relief of seeing his friend alive was quickly overshadowed by the grim reality that Rod was gone, lost to the depths. Without hesitation, Robbie steered the boat back to shore as fast as possible, trying to keep Brett conscious during the critical moments. Once they reached shore, an ambulance was already waiting, providing urgent care to stabilize Brett before transporting him to Schneider Regional Medical Center on St. Thomas. There, doctors treated him for severe exhaustion and the early stages of decompression sickness. Though he survived, Brett was left with lasting physical scars, numbness in his limbs, partial hearing loss, and damage to his vision that would never fully heal. Robbie and Brett attended Rod's memorial service a week later. Rod's body was never recovered, swallowed by the ocean's depths. The experience left both survivors marked by the ordeal, their lives forever changed by what began as a routine dive but turned into a nightmare. On July 12, 2013, Tessa Caldwell and Jude Bennett, both 26, embarked on a kayaking trip off the coast of California. The two had met several years earlier during the Pacific Coast Kayak Challenge, a well-known regional competition that attracted athletes from across the state. Both Tessa and Jude had quickly bonded over their shared passion for the sport, and since then, they had often trained together, pushing each other to new limits. This particular trip was part of their preparation for the California Coastal Triathlon, an intense competition that included a challenging ocean kayaking segment. That day, the conditions seemed perfect for another training session. At 8 a.m., with the sun beginning to rise higher in the sky, Tessa and Jude set off from Latigo Point toward Paradise Cove in their usual kayaks, bought some time ago and tested through many waves over the years. The journey began smoothly, with Tessa and Jude maintaining a steady pace as they paddled side by side. The route they followed is a popular one among local kayakers, known for its scenic views and typically peaceful waters. Having paddled this stretch many times before, Tessa and Jude felt safe in their kayaks, secure in both their abilities and the familiarity of the surroundings. But the sense of safety was deceptive. Unbeknownst to them, the warm waters that made for ideal kayaking conditions also attracted tiger sharks, predators known for their strength and aggression. The tranquility of the afternoon was about to be shattered. Approximately an hour into their journey, as they approached a stretch of open water, the situation changed abruptly. Without any prior warning, a large tiger shark, about 12 feet in length, appeared from below. The shark struck with significant force, ramming into Tessa's kayak from beneath. The impact was immediate, causing her kayak to capsize and throwing her into the ocean. Tessa gasped in shock, a scream escaping her as she hit the water, but before she could fully comprehend what was happening, she was dragged under the surface. Her overturned kayak floated nearby, offering no protection. The tiger shark, known for its aggressive behavior and powerful bite, circled back. Within moments, it launched a second attack targeting Tessa. The shark clamped its jaws onto her right thigh, pulling her beneath the waves once more. The water churned as she struggled, the wound deep and severe. After attacking Tessa, the shark released her and swam away, leaving her injured and adrift in the water. Jude, who had been paddling just a short distance away, witnessed the horrific attack. Though shocked and terrified, his instincts kicked in, and he knew he had to act quickly. He maneuvered his kayak toward his companion, reaching her within seconds. With swift and decisive action, Jude pulled Tessa partially onto his kayak, securing her across the back as best as he could in the situation. He immediately began paddling toward the shore, knowing it would take around 8 minutes to reach safety. The return trip, through the same waters where the attack had occurred, felt much longer with the extra weight and urgency. Upon reaching the beach, he immediately alerted nearby beachgoers and told them to call an ambulance. Thankfully, first responders arrived within minutes. They assessed Tessa's condition, noting the significant blood loss and the severity of her wound. Tessa was then transported to UCLA Medical Center, where she received further medical care. The severity of the injury required immediate attention, including surgical intervention to address the damage caused by the shark's bite. Thankfully, the surgery was successful, and despite the severity of the attack, Tessa survived. Days after the attack, local fishermen caught a large tiger shark matching the description of the one involved in Tessa's attack. Authorities and marine biologists were called in to examine the shark. After determining that the attack was likely a case of mistaken identity, common for sharks that confuse kayaks with prey like seals, they decided to release the shark back into the ocean. Shark attacks are uncommon, but they can occur, and there are steps that may help prevent them. According to National Geographic, most shark attacks aren't fatal because sharks are curious by nature. They often bite humans to figure out what they are, but usually release their grip after a so-called sample bite. In fact, only about 10% or less of all shark attacks result in death. Sharks have poor vision and sometimes mistake humans for their usual prey, which can lead to more serious encounters. To reduce the risk of an attack, it's important to avoid swimming during dawn or dusk. When sharks are more active, stay clear of murky waters and fishing areas, avoid wearing shiny jewelry, and, if you encounter a shark, remain calm and maintain eye contact. The next story is a horrifying one, especially because there is actual footage from this terrifying shark incident that happened on March 23, 1994. Heather Boswell, a 19-year-old crew member aboard the Discoverer, was about to face a nightmare she never could have imagined. Heather, working in the galley of the Discoverer, was spending 6 months at sea as part of a research mission in the Pacific Ocean. It was a demanding but exhilarating experience, a chance to witness the wonders of the ocean firsthand while contributing to important scientific work. The crew had grown close over the long days on the ship, sharing stories, laughs, and the occasional longing for the comforts of home. On this particular day, 300 miles east of Easter Island, the team was in high spirits. The sun was shining and the ocean stretched endlessly around them, shimmering under the afternoon light. After a busy morning of work, the crew decided to take a break. 9 members, including Heather, eagerly jumped into the open ocean for a refreshing swim, hoping to cool off and unwind. The mood was light. Laughter and chatter filled the air as the group enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. 3 other crew members watched from a rigid inflatable boat nearby, their job to keep an eye on the swimmers for any signs of trouble, while another colleague maintained a lookout from the deck of the Discoverer. The ship's towering presence was a reassuring sight, standing as their safe haven in the vastness of the Pacific. Most of the swimmers had been in the ocean for over an hour, while Heather had been in for about 45 minutes. Unbeknownst to them, a massive 20-foot great white shark was lurking just below the surface. When someone first shouted, "Shark!" many thought it was a joke, but as the reality set in, panic spread quickly. The shark moved toward the group, and Heather, just 25 feet away from the predator, had no idea that her life was about to change in an instant. The inflatable boat immediately noticed the danger and began picking up the swimmers, but the shark was closing in fast. Heather, still in the water, tried to make her way to the boat, but before she could reach safety, the shark lunged, grabbing her by the ankle and pulling her underwater. A crew member on the inflatable boat desperately tried to fend off the predator with a broom handle, reaching out from the boat, but it was too late. The shark had clamped down on Heather's leg, shaking her violently. Heather fought her way to the surface, gasping for air, but the shark struck again, this time clamping down on her left leg with brutal force. As the predator thrashed, Heather heard a sickening pop, the sound of her leg snapping as the shark's powerful jaws crushed bone and tore through flesh. In that agonizing moment, Heather knew her leg was gone, and the shark's relentless grip had left her with catastrophic injuries before it finally released her. Heather managed to break free from the shark's grip, and the inflatable boat crew frantically pulled her aboard. As the crew pulled Heather to safety, they battled fiercely to fend off the great white. The shark eventually stopped thrashing as the small boat sped toward the discoverer, navigating the turbulent waters in a race against time. Once they reached the main vessel, Heather was carefully pulled onto the deck. On board the discoverer, the crew quickly realized the severity of Heather's injuries. Her left leg had been brutally severed during the attack, and she was losing blood rapidly. With no medical team on board, the crew sprang into action. They applied pressure to her wounds, used a belt as a tourniquet. Despite the limited medical supplies, the crew's swift response helped keep Heather alive long enough for emergency transport. She was first taken to a local clinic in Panama, where she received immediate attention. From there, she was transported to an army hospital in Panama, where doctors provided intensive care to manage her severe injuries, control infection, and stabilize her condition. Heather's recovery was a battle, but her strength and resilience shined through as she adapted to life after losing her leg. She later shared her story to educate others about the dangers of shark encounters, using her experience to raise awareness about the risks. The morning of September 9, 2014, unfolded like many others in Byron Bay. The sun rose gently over the horizon, casting a soft golden light across the calm waters of the Pacific. Byron Bay, renowned for its long stretches of pristine beaches and laid-back lifestyle, was stirring to life once again. Yet, beneath its tranquil surface, the waters off Byron Bay held a more dangerous side. Home to a variety of marine life, including great whites, bull sharks, and tiger sharks, it was a place where the risks, though rare, could become reality. The last fatal shark attack in the area had occurred in 1993, a distant memory for most. But that morning was about to change everything. Paul Wilcox was one of many who found solace in Byron Bay's beauty. A 50-year-old British expat, he had been drawn to the area a decade earlier, embracing its easygoing lifestyle. Each morning, he followed a familiar routine, heading to the beach to enjoy a peaceful swim in the bay's cool waters. Paul's wife, Victoria, walked alongside him. They had developed a pattern of fitness together. She would jog along the shore while he swam, each returning to the same spot afterward. The ocean, familiar and calm, was where Paul felt most at peace. Little did he know, today would be the last time he'd enter those waters. After sharing a goodbye kiss at their usual spot by the shoreline, Paul and his wife parted ways, agreeing to meet for a drink at their favorite cafe after their swim and run. It was part of their cherished routine, something they both looked forward to each morning. As Victoria jogged along the sandy beach, Paul waded confidently into the water. The cool ocean washed over his feet as he moved further out. The beach was lively but not overly crowded. Paul swam out about 50 feet from the shore, the water calm and familiar. After about 20 minutes of swimming, Paul felt a sense of satisfaction. His usual routine was nearly complete, and it was time to turn back. He knew Victoria's run would soon be ending. He turned and began swimming along the length of the beach, his body moving smoothly through the water. But beneath him, a silent predator was closing in. A 7-foot great white shark, drawn by the ocean currents, had been swimming parallel to the shore. Its dark shadow moved unnoticed through the water, its eyes fixed on the shapes above. As Paul adjusted his course, the shark too shifted its path, aligning perfectly with his movement. Then, without warning, the shark struck. A violent tug yanked Paul's leg, sharp and jarring. His body jolted as the shark's powerful jaws clamped down, its serrated teeth cutting through muscle and tissue with deadly precision. Blood poured into the water, turning the blue waves into a dark, swirling red. Paul struggled to stay above the surface, but the shark's grip was unyielding. On the shore, people began to notice the disturbance. One man, 52-year-old Mark Hickey, was walking along the beach when he saw the commotion in the water. From a distance, it looked like a dark shape, a tangle of seaweed or maybe a turtle. But as he squinted through the glare of the sun, the horrifying truth became clear. It wasn't seaweed, and it wasn't a turtle. It was a man, and circling him was a shark. Without thinking, Mark sprinted toward the water. As he dived into the ocean, he could see the blood clouding the water. The shark had released Paul momentarily, but the damage was already done. Paul, barely conscious, was drifting. Mark swam as fast as he could, grabbing Paul and pulling him toward the shore. The predator circled again, drawn by the scent of blood, but Mark didn't stop. He fought against the current and the overwhelming terror that the shark might strike again. Onlookers screamed for help. The beach, once peaceful, had turned into a scene of panic. Lifeguards raced to the water, but by the time they reached Mark and Paul, it was too late. Paul's body was limp, his face pale. Mark dragged him onto the sand, performing CPR desperately as paramedics arrived, but there was nothing anyone could do. Paul Wilcox was pronounced dead on the scene, the injuries too severe, the blood loss too great. As the news spread, the beach emptied, the once bustling shore now a quiet, haunted place. Helicopters and lifeguards searched for the shark, which had vanished back into the deep, its massive body still visible below the surface as it moved away. Victoria, still jogging when the attack happened, arrived to a horrific sight. A crowd gathered around a motionless figure on the sand, paramedics working frantically. Her heart sank as she realized the figure was her husband. The nightmare was real. The peaceful routine that had defined their mornings was shattered forever. The great white shark that had claimed Paul's life was never caught. Despite sightings and the search efforts, it returned to the ocean, leaving behind only grief and fear in a place that had once been a sanctuary. Byron Bay would never feel the same again. On the sun-drenched afternoon of February 16, 1985, the Merrick family and their close friend Owen Drayton set out for a day of scallop diving in the serene waters of Gulf St. Vincent, South Australia. With their two young children, Thomas and Ivy, in tow, the family looked forward to a day of peaceful enjoyment by the sea. Eliza Merrick, 34, was a devoted mother and wife, known for her love of the ocean's tranquil beauty. She often found peace beneath the waves where she and her family would dive for scallops, an activity they had cherished for years. Her husband, Graham, shared her passion, but approached the sea with a level of caution that stemmed from a deep respect for its unpredictable nature. Their friend Owen Drayton, a longtime companion of the Merricks, joined them that day, eager to share in the simple pleasure of gathering scallops from the bay's clear waters. That afternoon, after a leisurely lunch, the group made their way down to the secluded beach along Gulf St. Vincent. The bay, known for its clear waters and abundant marine life, was a perfect spot for diving. As the Merricks and Owen waded into the water, they were surrounded by the serene beauty of the bay. The children, Thomas and Ivy, played happily on the shore. Eliza, Graham, and Owen swam out about 400 feet from the beach, where the water was just over 6 feet deep, an ideal depth for scallop diving. They began scouring the sandy bottom, using their snorkeling gear to search for the prized shellfish. Eliza, ever the adventurous one, swam slightly ahead, scanning the seabed for scallops, while Graham and Owen followed, occasionally checking on each other's progress. They had done this many times before, finding both joy and peace in the routine, but they were always cautious. Fully aware of the dangers that the waters in Australia could harbor, they never let their guard down, staying within sight of one another as they explored the bay. Without warning, a massive figure moved silently beneath Eliza, its presence unnoticed until it was too late. In an instant, the serene scene was shattered as a gigantic great white shark surged upwards from the depths. Owen, sensing movement in the water, turned just in time to witness the horrifying sight. Eliza was lifted out of the water by the shark's enormous jaws. The predator's immense pectoral fin broke the surface as it violently shook her, the first brutal attack severing her legs in a single, monstrous bite. Graham, in a desperate attempt to save his wife, tried to reach her, his heart pounding with terror. But Owen, understanding the futility and danger of the situation, pulled him back. The water around them quickly turned crimson as the shark, unrelenting, returned for a second attack, this time taking Eliza's head and one of her arms. The speed and savagery of the attack left them paralyzed with fear, unable to intervene. Nearby fishermen, alerted by the screams and sight of blood, rushed to the scene, but the shark had already disappeared into the depths after claiming the remaining parts of Eliza's body. Graham and Owen, still in shock and unable to do anything, remained paralyzed in the water as the horrific reality set in. Within minutes, lifeguard boats arrived, sirens blaring as emergency services took control. Despite their efforts, only partial remains of Eliza were recovered. With heavy hearts, Graham and Owen eventually returned to the beach, which had been emptied by the police. The children, Thomas and Ivy, were being cared for by professionals who had arrived on the scene. Later, an investigation revealed that the great white shark responsible for the attack was an enormous predator, likely 19 to 20 feet long, a massive size rarely seen, especially in such shallow waters. The shark had been hunting seals in the 6-foot-deep waters of Gulf St. Vincent, making the attack extraordinarily rare. The incident, one of the most devastating in Australian history, led to the immediate closure of the beach and warnings to residents and tourists, forever marking Gulf St. Vincent with the memory of this tragic event. On the afternoon of July 21, 1993, Michael Henderson and his family set out for what they thought would be a peaceful day of sailing along the northern coast of Port Stephens, Australia. Sailing had always been a cherished family activity, and Michael, his wife Laura, and their 12-year-old son Jacob often took to the sea during the warm summer months. It was a way for them to escape the busyness of life and enjoy each other's company amidst the beauty of the ocean. The family enjoyed their day. They sailed along the coastline, taking in the rugged cliffs and blue expanse of the Pacific. As the afternoon wore on and the sun climbed higher, the temperature began to rise. The heat from the midday sun made the air heavy, and Jacob, eager to cool off, asked his parents if he could swim. It was then that the family decided to anchor the boat near a quiet cove. The spot was ideal, secluded with deep, inviting waters that stretched around 12 feet below the surface. Michael and Laura, though aware of the ocean's unpredictability, saw no immediate danger and agreed to let Jacob swim, but reminded him to stay close to the boat. Jacob, full of energy and excitement, wasted no time. He dove into the water, relishing the cool relief. He swam about 50 feet from the side of the boat. His parents, watching from the deck, were reassured after a few minutes when nothing seemed amiss. They began to relax, trusting everything was safe, sitting on the deck and enjoying the warmth of the sun. After about 15 minutes in the water, Jacob, having taken several cool dives and feeling refreshed, began to swim back toward the boat. His strokes were steady and unhurried, his body cutting smoothly through the water. Suddenly, without warning, Jacob felt an immense pressure clamp around his right thigh. His body was yanked downward as a great white shark, estimated to be 18 feet long, surged up from the depths and bit into his upper right leg, just above the knee. The first thing his parents heard was a sharp, piercing scream, Jacob's. It cut through the peaceful afternoon like a siren. They rushed to the side of the boat, and what they saw was horrifying. Jacob was thrashing violently in the water, his body jerking as he fought to break free. Beneath him, the shark's dark body was partially visible. Without a second thought, Michael dove into the water, his only focus on reaching Jacob. The shark had already bitten down on Jacob's leg and released him, leaving deep wounds. It was now circling around him, as though preparing to strike again. Michael swam with all his strength. Reaching Jacob, Michael grabbed him and with all his strength began pushing him toward the boat. The shark was still circling below. Jacob, bleeding heavily and barely able to swim, reached the side of the boat with Michael's help. Laura, positioned at the edge, pulled Jacob onto the deck. Just as she hoisted him over the railing, the shark shifted its focus. Michael, still in the water, and just feet from the boat, became the shark's next target. In a terrifying instant, the great white lunged upward. The shark's massive jaws clamped down on Michael's torso, dragging him under with brutal force. The attack was swift, the water churning as the shark pulled him beneath the surface. Blood filled the water, and before Laura or Jacob could react, Michael had disappeared beneath the waves. Shaking with fear, Laura scrambled to the boat's radio and sent out a desperate distress call. Jacob lay on the deck, slipping in and out of consciousness from the blood loss. Minutes later, a nearby vessel arrived to assist. Jacob was rushed to shore for emergency medical treatment, where his leg, requiring 87 stitches, was treated. He survived the attack. Despite search efforts, Michael's body was never recovered, lost to the deep waters off Port Stevens. In the following days, an investigation confirmed that the shark was a large great white. Increased shark activity had been reported in the area, but the family had been unaware of the danger lurking beneath the surface. Laura and Jacob were heartbroken by the loss of a loving father and devoted husband. The weight of the tragedy would stay with them forever as they struggled to move forward despite the pain. Each year, Florida tops the global charts for shark attacks, with Miami alone averaging around 3 to 5 incidents annually. Though most of these encounters are brief and non-fatal, a handful turn into harrowing tragedies that linger in the memory of the local community. This story takes us back to 2016, off the coast of Miami, where a young man's passion for the ocean would lead him into the jaws of one of the sea's most fearsome predators. Kai Sorensen was 23 years old, a Miami native who lived and breathed the ocean. Born on May 14, 1993, Kai spent his life near the water, captivated by the vibrant marine life that called Florida's coral reefs home. For Kai, the ocean was not just a backdrop to his life, it was his playground and his greatest love. Scuba diving and spearfishing were his favorite escapes, and he often sought solace beneath the waves, chasing the thrill of the hunt and the peace of the deep. On June 24, 2016, Kai joined his best friend, Nico Arvidsson, and Nico's wife, Layla, for a spearfishing trip off the coast of Miami. The trio had set their sights on the waters near Fowey Rock Light, a well-known lighthouse that marks the spot where the calm, shallow waters of Biscayne Bay meet the deeper, open ocean. Nico and Layla weren't locals. They had driven down from Orlando to spend the weekend with Kai. They rented a small, cozy beach house near Key Biscayne, a quiet escape from the city where they could relax and enjoy some time by the sea. It was the perfect blend of adventure and relaxation, and they were excited to make the most of their time together. That morning, the three friends anchored their boat near Fowey Rock Light. Kai and Nico geared up for their dive, while Layla stayed on the boat, managing the catch and keeping watch. Kai, the more enthusiastic diver, was the first to jump in, with Nico close behind. They descended into the 20-foot deep water, immediately immersed in a vibrant underwater world. Schools of colorful fish darted among the corals, and the occasional barracuda glided by, reflecting sunlight from the surface. Spotting a large snapper, Kai aimed his spear gun and fired, quickly adding another catch to their haul. They took turns diving down and surfacing for air, enjoying the peaceful isolation of the underwater landscape. Kai had already speared a couple of fish, securing them on his stringer, while Layla was busy gathering the catch on the boat. After about half an hour of repeated dives, the two decided to head back to the surface for a break, their movements graceful and practiced. As Kai broke through the surface of the water, he glanced back toward the boat, feeling satisfied with the fish he had caught. He gave Layla a thumbs up, signaling that he was ready to take a break and show off their catch. Layla smiled back, feeling reassured by the signal, but her relief turned to shock when she heard Kai's sudden scream pierce the air. Kai's expression shifted from calm to panic, thrashing in the water as his spear gun slipped from his grip. Nico, still submerged a few feet away, saw the sudden thrashing above and quickly kicked up to the surface. He reached the top just in time to see Kai struggling desperately. Amid the chaos, Nico's eyes locked onto a dark fin slicing through the water, a shark unmistakable and menacing. The water around Kai was tinged red, swirling with blood, a stark contrast against the blue ocean. Before Nico could react, Kai was yanked violently beneath the surface, disappearing in an instant. Panicked and shocked, Nico swam frantically toward the boat, his strokes uneven as fear gripped him. Layla, already on the radio, was calling emergency services, her voice shaking as she relayed the horrifying details. Nico pulled himself onto the boat, his mind reeling, his eyes fixed on the water, desperately searching for any sign of Kai. But his friend was gone, lost beneath the chaotic, blood-stained surface. As they waited for help, Nico and Layla were advised by emergency services to stay out of the water, no matter how desperately they wanted to search for Kai themselves. When the emergency responders finally arrived, the search began in earnest. The Coast Guard worked tirelessly, combing the waters and surrounding coral, but as the hours passed, they found nothing. As night fell, hopes dimmed, but the search continued. The next day, 23 divers from the Miami Maury Dive Club joined the effort. Hours into the search, Kai's body was found wedged deep within the coral, miles from the original spot of the attack, with his spear gun floating nearby. He had suffered severe injuries, likely succumbing to blood loss and drowning before rescuers could reach him. An investigation into the incident later concluded that Kai had fallen victim to a 16-foot great white shark. Nico and Layla were left heartbroken, haunted by the memories of that day and struggling to cope with the loss of their friend. When a shark attack on humans is reported, the great white is usually the prime suspect, and for good reason. Statistics show that this now endangered species is responsible for 37% of all recorded shark attacks. In comparison, bull sharks and tiger sharks are behind fewer incidents. Interestingly, while great whites are involved in more attacks, they are less likely to cause fatalities. Bull sharks and tiger sharks, on the other hand, tend to be much more deadly, with their bites often resulting in severe physical harm or even death. But these stats only cover the numbers of attacks and fatalities. They don't explain why sharks, which aren't interested in humans as food, still attack. If humans aren't on their menu, what's causing these encounters? And why are shark attacks becoming more frequent with each passing decade? The next story takes us to Sharm el-Sheikh, a renowned coastal paradise situated on the southern tip of Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. This popular tourist hotspot is celebrated for its year-round sunny climate, clear blue waters, and vibrant coral reefs, attracting millions of visitors each year. However, Sharm el-Sheikh is also a site of frequent shark encounters. The region has seen several high-profile shark attacks over the years, making it one of the more dangerous spots along the Red Sea for such incidents. On December 5, 2010, 71-year-old Maria Bauer and her husband Klaus were staying at the luxurious Nilea Sands Resort. The German couple, married for over 40 years, were enjoying their 10th visit to the resort, having spent their later years discovering the world together. They were drawn back each year by the tranquility and beauty of the resort, which had become a cherished escape from the cold, harsh winters of Germany. However, they were unaware that the beach had been closed for a few days due to multiple shark attacks. Authorities had reopened it just 2 days prior, assuring guests that the waters were now safe and the beach was packed with tourists once again. As the couple made their way down the beach, Klaus decided to stop by the resort's beach bar, conveniently located just off the sandy path. He told Maria he'd be back shortly and grabbed an ice-cold drink, pausing for a quick chat with the familiar bartender they'd come to know over their many visits. Klaus took a moment to enjoy his drink, gazing at the bustling shoreline, not realizing these were his final peaceful moments. Meanwhile, Maria, eager to snorkel, continued toward the inviting, crystal-clear waters, blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking below. She marveled at the vibrant coral reefs and the colorful butterfly fish that darted around her, their bright patterns illuminating the water. Enjoying the tranquility, Maria didn't notice the sudden change in the fish's behavior as they darted away in a flash. Unseen beneath her, an oceanic white-tip shark was closing in. Known as one of the most dangerous shark species to humans, the oceanic white-tip is infamous for its ruthless hunting tactics. It stalks prey from below, striking with sudden, powerful bites and rarely letting go once it has latched on. Warmer water temperatures had drawn these predators closer to shore, bringing them into areas they rarely ventured, making encounters with swimmers even more perilous. This was exactly how it attacked Maria, striking from beneath with incredible speed. The shark lunged at her, biting into her leg with tremendous force and dragging her underwater before she had time to react or scream. Nearby tourists watched in shock as the attack unfolded. The poor elderly Maria stood no chance against the shark's relentless assault. She fought desperately, thrashing in the water, but the shark's powerful jaws clamped down repeatedly, refusing to release its grip. The white-tipped shark attacked again and again, dragging her violently through the water as she tried in vain to break free. Lifeguards rushed into the water, battling against the strong currents and chaos to reach her. They managed to pull her from the shark's grasp, but the damage had already been done. The extent of her injuries was horrifying. Flesh was missing from her buttocks, her abdomen was deeply lacerated, and her right arm and leg were partially severed. The lifeguards frantically tried to resuscitate Maria on the beach, working tirelessly as her blood soaked the sand. It was a horrifying sight, her pale, lifeless body contrasting starkly against the bright sun and azure waters. Despite their desperate efforts, Maria's injuries were too severe, and she succumbed to the brutal attack, dying on the shore as horrified onlookers watched in shock. When Klaus returned from the beach bar, he made his way back to see where Maria was snorkeling, unaware of what had happened in his absence. As he approached, he noticed a crowd gathered by the water's edge. Panic set in when he saw Maria's snorkel gear abandoned on the sand. Pushing through the onlookers, he froze at the sight of lifeguards desperately working on Maria's lifeless body. Klaus's heart shattered. Maria was gone. News of the attack spread quickly through the resort. Many tourists expressed their anger, feeling betrayed that they had not been properly warned about the recent shark activity. The hotel staff defended their decision, insisting that the authorities had assured them the waters were safe. Experts later identified the culprit as a nearly 10-foot oceanic white-tip shark. Investigations suggested that the sudden spike in attacks was due to unusually warm water temperatures and a reported ship dumping animal carcasses into the sea, which may have lured the sharks closer to shore. For Klaus, the tragedy marked the end of an era. Their years of exploring the world together had ended abruptly in the waters of Sharm el-Sheikh. The next story takes us to a warm and golden afternoon in mid-July 1958. Malibu Beach was bustling with life. The small coastal town in California drew locals and visitors alike, all eager to enjoy the sun and surf. Among the beachgoers were Noah Harrington, 19, and his best friend Liam Prescott, 20, along with a close-knit group of their high school friends. The young men had grown up together, sharing countless memories and always seeking the next adventure. After finishing a relaxed picnic on the sandy shore, the group decided to cool off in the inviting waters of Malibu Beach. It was around 3:30 p.m. when they waded into the ocean, laughter and playful shouts filling the air as they began to toss a beach ball between them. The day felt endless, and the joy of being together was palpable as they splashed around, enjoying the cool water on the hot summer day. The friends split into smaller groups, with several pairs engaging in their own games of catch. The sun sparkled on the water's surface, and for a time, everything seemed perfect. During their game, Liam, caught up in the fun, threw the ball with a bit too much force. It sailed over Noah's head and bounced further out, drifting into deeper water. Always eager to prove himself and never one to back down from a challenge, Noah immediately volunteered to retrieve it. Despite knowing Noah wasn't the strongest swimmer, Liam offered to go instead. But Noah, confident and determined, insisted on going after the ball himself. Noah swam beyond the shallow area where they had been playing, cutting through the water with strong, sure strokes. He soon found himself about 50 yards from shore, where the water grew deeper and the seafloor fell away into darkness. As he reached for the ball, a sudden and violent force pulled him under. The calm of the afternoon shattered in an instant as the group saw the splash and realized something was terribly wrong. Liam's heart dropped as he saw Noah vanish beneath the waves. The carefree game was forgotten in an instant. Nearby, Cole Vickers, the vigilant lifeguard on duty, had been keeping a watchful eye on the group as they enjoyed the water. His attention was suddenly drawn to a disturbance among them, where playful shouts turned to alarm. Just beyond, he noticed the water churning violently, a clear sign that something was very wrong. Without hesitation, Cole grabbed his rescue buoy, blew his whistle to alert others, and sprinted toward the water. He dove in, swimming urgently toward the spot where Noah had gone under. Liam, driven by desperation and fear, followed as fast as he could, his heart pounding as he tried to keep up with the seasoned lifeguard. Noah resurfaced briefly, gasping for air, his eyes wide with terror. It was then that the true danger became clear. A large bull shark, a rare but deadly visitor to these waters, had attacked. The shark, driven by instinct, struck again, pulling Noah under for the final time. Despite the lifeguard and Liam's frantic efforts, they reached the scene only to find the water eerily empty, with no trace of their friend or the predator. Noah was gone, nowhere to be found, and no trace of the shark remained except for the blood in the water. Just minutes ago, he had been playing in the waves. Now, he was gone forever. In the days following the tragedy, search efforts were launched by local authorities and volunteers scouring the waters off Cape Haven for any sign of Noah. Despite their extensive efforts, Noah's body was never recovered. After 2 weeks of searching, on July 26th, the search was officially called off, and Cape Haven Beach was closed for several weeks. On a warm summer day, July 22, 2015, James Miller, a 24-year-old ocean enthusiast and avid surfer, arrived at a popular beach near Cape Town, South Africa, with his close-knit group of friends. Known for his adventurous spirit and deep love for the ocean, James was usually the first to hit the waves. However, on this particular day, he wasn't feeling quite himself. A slight dizziness and an uneasy stomach kept him on the shore as his friends eagerly grabbed their boards and dashed into the water. Determined not to miss out on the day's activities, James sat in the sun, hoping the warmth would chase away his discomfort. After a while, the sound of the crashing waves and the sight of his friends enjoying the surf became too tempting to resist. Feeling a bit better, James decided to join them. His friends welcomed him with smiles and shouts of encouragement as he paddled out to meet them in the lineup. The beach was buzzing with life. The waves were just right, strong but not too rough, perfect for the experienced surfers who frequented this spot. James felt the familiar thrill as he waited for the next set of waves. The sun was high in the sky and everything seemed perfect, but beneath the surface danger was lurking. As James floated on his board, scanning the horizon for the next wave, something unusual caught his eye. A seal darted through the water, just a few meters away. James knew seals often attracted unwanted attention from the ocean's apex predators, but he didn't think much of it at the moment. He was more focused on catching a good wave. Suddenly, his heart sank. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large shadow moving swiftly through the water. His blood ran cold as he realized it was a great white shark, and it was heading straight towards the seal and directly into his path. Panic surged through him as he desperately tried to paddle away, but in his haste, his foot slipped off the board and he accidentally kicked the shark. The reaction was immediate. The great white, now provoked, shifted its focus from the seal to James. Before he could even process what was happening, the shark lunged at him. The first bite was on his ankle, a sharp, searing pain that shot through his leg. James gasped, trying to kick free, but the shark wasn't done. It circled back, this time taking a significant bite out of his side. The pain was intense, and the blood loss was severe. James felt the strength draining from his body as he bled into the water. His surfboard had drifted away in the struggle, leaving him without support. The injuries made it difficult for him to stay afloat, and with every movement, he grew weaker. Despite his efforts, he felt himself slipping under, his limbs growing heavy as he neared the point of drowning. Meanwhile, James's friends, who were still surfing nearby, noticed his surfboard drifting unattended. Alarmed, they quickly paddled over, but James was nowhere in sight. Realizing something was wrong, they split up, each heading in a different direction, scanning the waves anxiously and calling out his name. One of his friends finally spotted him, barely conscious, struggling to keep his head above the water. He screamed for help, and within moments, nearby boats were rushing to the scene. They pulled James from the water, his body limp and covered in deep, jagged lacerations. Blood dripped from his side and leg, the wounds severe and life-threatening. James was quickly brought to shore, where an ambulance was already waiting. The paramedics immediately began administering first aid, working to stabilize him for transport. They rushed him to the nearest hospital, Cape Town Mediclinic. The doctors worked diligently to repair the damage. Despite the severity of the attack, the surgery was successful, and James survived. As he recovered, James realized how lucky he was to have friends who noticed his absence and acted quickly, ultimately saving his life. Did you know that Japanese divers often wear white swimming suits to avoid attracting sharks? This practice is based on the belief that sharks are less likely to confuse white suits with their natural prey. Sharks are known to mistake darker colors, such as black wetsuits, for seals, which can lead to dangerous encounters. At close range, the silhouette of a dark suit can resemble a seal, prompting a shark to investigate with a bite. Since sharks have poor vision, they rely heavily on shape and contrast to identify prey, and divers in dark suits can be mistaken for seals. By opting for lighter colors like white, divers reduce the risk of being confused with a shark's favorite meal. Choosing the right gear, such as a light-colored suit, can make a significant difference in minimizing the chances of a shark encounter and help divers stay safe in shark-populated waters. It was a bright, sunny day on February 4th, 2023, in Perth, Australia. While many people flocked to the busy beaches, some sought out the quieter riverbanks for a more peaceful escape. Among them was 16-year-old Stella Berry, a vibrant and adventurous teenager who was always at the heart of the fun. Stella and her friends had chosen to spend the afternoon at the Swan River, a serene spot not far from her home in Perth, to cool off from the summer heat. Music played softly from a nearby speaker. Stella's friends were drawn to her lively energy, and she loved making every moment memorable. That day was no different, as the group enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere and carefree afternoon by the river. As the afternoon unfolded, the group relaxed by the riverbank, chatting and enjoying the warmth after having taken a few refreshing swims earlier. After a while, Stella, with her deep love for animals, especially dolphins, spotted a pod gliding gracefully through the water, their fins slicing through the river's surface. The rare and captivating sight filled her with excitement, and she couldn't resist the urge to get closer. With a burst of energy, Stella stood up, stepping carefully over the smooth stones that dipped into the water. Her friends watched with curiosity and amusement as she made her way to the river's edge. Without hesitation, she jumped in, splashing into the cool water, determined to get a closer look at the dolphins. The river's gentle current began pulling her farther out, but Stella swam with excitement, her eyes fixed on the playful creatures in the distance. Her friends cheered her on from the shore, laughing as she splashed ahead, eager to reach the dolphins. Then, without warning, she felt a sharp, excruciating pain in her leg. Something had clamped down on her. At first, Stella was lightly panicked and started thrashing, trying to kick herself free from whatever was causing the pain. But the more she struggled, the worse it became. The creature gripping her leg wouldn't let go, and her thrashing seemed only to aggravate it. It was then that a bull shark appeared beneath her, its massive form shifting ominously in the water. Realizing the danger, Stella screamed for help. Some of her friends instinctively moved toward the water but stopped, knowing they couldn't get too close without putting themselves in harm's way. The shark tightened its grip, pulling her under for a moment before releasing its hold. The water around her turned red as Stella's leg was torn open. She surfaced, gasping for breath, and continued to fight her way back toward the shore. Nearby, a man who had been enjoying the afternoon heard the commotion and quickly jumped into the water. As Stella's friends stood helpless on the shore, too afraid to approach due to the danger, the man swam toward her with urgency. Fortunately, the shark had already started retreating, giving him the chance to reach her. He managed to pull Stella to shore, but by the time they reached the riverbank, she was already unconscious. It didn't look good for Stella, and despite the best efforts of those around her, the situation was becoming more desperate by the second. Paramedics arrived quickly, and they worked to stop the bleeding, applying pressure to the wounds and attempting to stabilize her. Despite their best efforts, the damage was too severe. Stella's injuries were fatal, and she passed away shortly after the paramedics arrived. The incident shocked the local community. Bull sharks are one of the few shark species that can thrive in both freshwater and saltwater, making rivers like the Swan River a part of their territory. Authorities issued warnings to the public, urging swimmers to stay out of the river while they searched for the shark. A day later, a 8.2-foot bull shark was captured about 0.6 miles from the attack site. With the help of local fishermen, the shark was caught and relocated far from the river. The community mourned Stella Berry, remembering her as a kind, fun-loving teenager with a bright future ahead of her. Laura Bennett, a 28-year-old from Boulder, Colorado, was on vacation in Cancun, Mexico, with her volleyball team. Besides being a nurse in her daily life, volleyball was her passion, and she spent much of her free time playing matches. She loved her team, and this vacation was meant to be a fun getaway to enjoy the sun, play volleyball, and strengthen the bond between teammates. On February 12, 2011, the second day of their retreat, they had a great day. Late in the afternoon, they finished a volleyball game on the beach. While everyone else left to return to the resort, Laura decided to stay behind for a quick swim, while her friends headed back. The day was perfect, sunny, tropical, and carefree with no sign of danger. Unbeknownst to Laura, staff nearby had spotted 2 bull sharks that afternoon. They were on jet skis trying to search for the sharks and steer them away from the tourists. At the same time, they had just begun warning tourists on the beach to stay out of the water. But with many people spread out, it was difficult to notify everyone in time. They managed to divert one shark, but the other remained close to shore. Laura, unaware of the lurking threat, entered waist-deep water, about 3 feet deep, to wash off the sand from the volleyball game and cool off after hours of playing. As she rinsed off the sand absent-mindedly, she noticed people on jet skis waving at her and shouting in Spanish. They were too far away for her to understand what they were saying, and she mistook their gestures for friendly waves. Smiling, she waved back, feeling carefree and relaxed, unaware they were frantically trying to warn her of danger. Just as she continued splashing water on her legs, she suddenly felt something large and slimy brush hard against her left leg. Confused, she looked down and was horrified to see a bull shark clamp its powerful jaws around her thigh. At first, the shock numbed her and the pain didn't register immediately. But as the shark tightened its grip, a searing pain shot through her leg, triggering her survival instinct. She kicked and thrashed violently, trying to free herself. The shark suddenly released her leg, probably due to the trashing, giving her a moment for escape. Struggling to stay upright, Laura knew she had to get to shore. She fought against the pain and exhaustion, trying to push herself through the water. But just as she thought she was making headway, the predator returned with terrifying speed. This time, the shark struck from the side, its jaws latching onto her right arm. With whatever strength she had left, Laura used her left hand to strike at the shark's nose repeatedly, her blows becoming weaker with each strike. After several agonizing moments, the shark finally let go, retreating into the blood-stained waters for good. Now bleeding heavily and in shock, Laura struggled to stay on her feet, fighting to reach the shore. The staff on jet skis and those who had been warning people on shore immediately sprang into action as panic spread across the beach. The jet ski operators jumped into the shallow water, while the onshore lifeguards rushed toward Laura to help. The entire beach, now aware of the danger, watched in stunned silence as the rescue unfolded. Once on shore, Laura, despite the overwhelming pain and shock, assessed her situation with a nurse's instinct. With a shaky voice, she directed those around her on how to apply pressure to her wounds to slow the bleeding. Thanks to her quick instructions, she was able to prevent further blood loss until emergency services arrived. She was rushed to hospital in Cancun, where doctors worked tirelessly to stabilize her. Laura had lost a significant amount of blood, around 30 to 40%, but the timely intervention of the jet ski operators and her own medical knowledge helped prevent even greater damage. After a long recovery process, including multiple surgeries, she managed to keep both limbs, though she faced significant challenges in regaining functionality due to the severity of her injuries. On June 17, 2001, the serene island of Bora Bora, known for its turquoise waters and breathtaking sunsets, became the backdrop for an unimaginable tragedy. What began as a day of love and celebration for Ethan and Olivia Rivers would end in horror, a day that no one present would ever forget. Ethan Rivers, 30, was a man of quiet strength, deeply devoted to his new wife, Olivia, a 27-year-old with an adventurous spirit. Their relationship, nurtured through years of friendship and shared dreams, had captivated everyone around them. Their wedding day was a flawless celebration. The couple exchanged vows in an afternoon ceremony framed by the stunning backdrop of Bora Bora's turquoise waters. The joy of the moment was shared with their closest friends and family, and as the sun began to set, the formalities of the day gave way to an evening of festivities. The air was filled with the gentle sound of waves and the soft glow of tiki torches casting flickering light on the sand. In the afterglow of the ceremony, Olivia, still buzzing with excitement, suggested to her bridesmaids and a few close friends that they take a swim. The idea, perfectly aligned with her adventurous spirit, was met with enthusiastic agreement. Ethan, ever cautious, felt a flicker of concern. He knew that dusk was a time when the ocean's predators were more active, but Olivia's infectious confidence reassured him. With the light still lingering and the shore just a short distance away, he kept a watchful eye as they entered the water, hoping for a memorable end to their perfect day. Laughing and carefree, the group dashed toward the water, splashing as they waded into the warm, shallow sea about 30 feet from the shore. The water was cool against their skin, a welcome relief after the heat of the day. They splashed playfully, the laughter echoing across the beach, unaware of the danger that lurked just beneath the surface. As Olivia floated on her back, gazing up at the sky with the sun still casting its warm glow, a gentle breeze brushed against her face. The ocean's rhythmic lapping against her skin was almost hypnotic, lulling her into a deeper state of relaxation. But then, something brushed against her leg, a fleeting moment of unease that she quickly dismissed in the fun of the moment. Before she could fully react, a powerful force latched onto her right calf, sending a searing pain through her body. In an instant, the serene scene turned to chaos. Olivia felt the first bite, a sudden excruciating pain as a bull shark's massive jaws clamped down on her right calf, tearing through muscle and skin. She barely had time to scream before the shark struck again, this time sinking its teeth deep into her upper thigh, shredding through muscle and bone with terrifying ease. The water around her turned dark as blood poured from the wounds. Her friends, horrified, sprang into action. One of them, driven by sheer terror, jabbed at the shark's gills, a known weak spot. The tactic worked and the bull shark released its grip, retreating into the depths of the ocean, but the damage was already done. The water around Olivia was a deep, menacing red, her leg a mangled mess. Desperately, her friends began pulling her toward the shore. On the shore, Ethan had been keeping a watchful eye on Olivia and her friends, the music from the party blaring loudly behind him. But when the playful splashing stopped and was replaced by frantic, erratic movements, he knew something was terribly wrong. He strained to see through the dimming light, and then he saw it, Olivia's body jerking violently in the water, surrounded by panicked friends. His heart dropped. Without thinking, Ethan sprinted toward the shoreline. The party fell silent as guests noticed his desperate run. The music abruptly cut off as everyone turned to see what had caused such a panic. Ethan reached the edge of the water just as Olivia's friends were frantically pulling her back to shore. Blood streamed from the horrific wounds, staining the once clear water. The resort's medics, alerted by the rising panic, rushed to the scene. Despite their best efforts to stop the bleeding, Olivia succumbed to her injuries on the beach. The fatal wounds included a severe laceration to her femoral artery, leading to catastrophic blood loss. In the aftermath, local authorities and marine experts conducted an investigation, estimating the shark to be a bull shark nearly 10 feet long, known for its aggressive nature and ability to thrive in shallow waters. The beach was immediately closed, and warnings were issued to residents and tourists alike. The tragedy not only shocked the community, but also left Ethan with an unbearable weight of guilt, as he realized he would have to carry the burden of her loss for the rest of his life. Did you know that some sharks can live for centuries? The Greenland shark, for instance, holds the record for longevity among sharks, with scientists estimating that these ancient creatures can live up to 400 years. While most shark species don't live quite that long, many have impressive lifespans. Great white sharks can live up to 70 years or more. Sharks tend to grow slowly, with some taking years or even decades to reach maturity. This slow growth, combined with their long lives, makes them vulnerable to overfishing and habitat changes, as their populations take a long time to recover. Understanding the lifespan and growth rate of sharks is vital to ensuring their conservation and the health of our oceans. And it is only to hope that you don't encounter these sharks in the sea. In the summer of 2004, 3 friends, Dylan, Mia, and Jake, all in their early 20s, set off on an exhilarating trip to South Africa. The trio, bonded by their love for adrenaline-pumping activities, had already conquered bungee jumping, skydiving, and surfing some of the wildest waves. But this time, they sought an even greater thrill: cage diving with great white sharks. On the morning of July 15, 2004, the 3 friends arrived at a small, locally operated diving center in Mossel Bay. The center, owned by a seasoned diver named Theo, offered cage diving experiences for those daring enough to come face-to-face with the ocean's most feared predators. Theo, a man with years of experience navigating these waters, welcomed them aboard his sturdy boat and provided a detailed briefing. He assured them that the cage was built to withstand any shark, putting their minds somewhat at ease. Dylan, the group's unofficial documentarian, was excited to use his new GoPro, a cutting-edge gadget at the time, determined to capture every second of the adventure. After gearing up in wetsuits, the trio was lowered into the water, securely inside the steel cage, which descended to a depth of about 15 feet below the surface. As they settled into the cage, they felt a new surge of adrenaline, thrilled that they had taken the plunge. The underwater world around them was teeming with colorful fish and stunning coral reefs. Mia, who had been a bit apprehensive at first, quickly became entranced by the beauty surrounding her. Dylan and Jake, equally captivated, couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the vibrant marine life pass by. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed in the distance. Moving with incredible speed and power, it was a great white shark, nearly 16 feet long, and one of the ocean's most formidable predators. The shark began circling the cage, its curiosity piqued by the unusual presence. Dylan, eager to document the encounter, leaned slightly out of the cage to get a better shot with his GoPro. The shark made a sudden, lightning-fast charge at the cage, colliding with it so forcefully that the entire structure shook. In the commotion, Dylan's GoPro slipped from his grasp and began sinking toward the ocean floor. Without thinking, Dylan instinctively reached out through the bars to retrieve his camera. Just as he did, the great white shark made a second, more aggressive lunge toward the cage. Its powerful jaws snapped shut mere inches from Dylan's outstretched hand. Dylan managed to pull his arm back in time, but not without suffering a nasty gash from the shark's rough, sandpaper-like skin. Blood began to seep from Dylan's wound, drawing the shark's attention even more. Mia and Jake, now in full panic mode, screamed for help as the shark continued to ram the cage, trying to break through. Theo, realizing the severity of the situation, quickly started the process of lifting the cage out of the water. The crew on board worked frantically, hauling the trio to safety as the great white shark made one last, desperate attempt to breach the cage. As the cage was lifted out of the water, Dylan clutched his bleeding arm, while Mia and Jake held onto each other, shaken but grateful to be alive. The injury, though painful, was not life-threatening. Theo quickly applied first aid to Dylan's wound, wrapping it tightly to stem the bleeding. He then radioed for medical assistance as they headed back to shore. Once they reached the harbor, an ambulance was waiting to take Dylan to Mossel Bay Hospital, the nearest facility equipped to handle such injuries. Despite the terrifying encounter, all three friends survived. On July 15, 2018, Praia do Paiva in Brazil was buzzing with the energy of over 1,000 beachgoers enjoying the scorching afternoon. Known for its golden sands and clear, inviting waters, Praia do Paiva was packed with people looking to make the most of the sun and sea, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere typical of a busy beach day. However, beneath the serene surface, hidden dangers were present. Bull sharks, notorious for their aggression, frequently patrolled the shallows during nesting season, drawn by the warm waters and abundant prey. With shark activity at its peak, lifeguards were on high alert, carefully scanning the packed waters and constantly monitoring the throngs of beachgoers. Felipe Alves and Carlos Lima, both 24, were among those enjoying the day. Friends since childhood, they were part of a larger gathering that filled the beach with laughter, drinks, and conversation. Coolers packed with cold drinks and snacks kept the party going, and as the day wore on, the scorching sun began to drive many families away, leaving behind groups of adults determined to make the most of their carefree afternoon. After quite a few drinks, Felipe and Carlos decided to break away from the main group, seeking the calming waters for a much-needed breather. As they walked to the shore, they continued their light-hearted conversation about the latest football matches, laughing and enjoying each other's company. Without much thought, they waded waist-deep into the cool water, savoring the quiet. As they chatted, they discreetly relieved themselves in the waves, a common habit among locals, especially when restrooms were out of reach. The lifeguard on duty, Mateus, kept a watchful eye from his tower, noticing Felipe and Carlos wading into the water. To him, it appeared routine, two friends cooling off, just like many others on the beach that day. The water was murky, stirred up by the constant movement of swimmers. Unbeknownst to everyone, including Mateus, an 11-foot bull shark had been prowling the shallow waters for hours, likely drawn in by the scent of beachgoers and the presence of bodily fluids, including urine in the water. This bull shark, a fierce and opportunistic hunter, was driven closer to shore by hunger. Having recently given birth, her usual prey had become scarce, and the activity near the beach presented an irresistible opportunity. Felipe and Carlos, lost in conversation, were unaware that they had entered the shark's territory, their movements attracting the predator's attention. Suddenly, the shark struck with lightning speed, launching herself at Felipe and sinking her powerful jaws into his thigh. The force of the impact knocked Felipe off balance, sending him sprawling into the water as Carlos, stunned by the sudden attack, struggled to stay on his feet. Felipe's head went under for a moment before he surfaced, gasping for air. His leg throbbed with searing pain, and as he tried to steady himself, he saw the water around him turning red. Panic set in as he realized the shark's bite had severed a major artery. Carlos, now fully aware of the danger, grabbed Felipe's arm and began to pull him toward the shore. But the shark wasn't done. With a quick and savage twist, she circled back and clamped down on Felipe's right hand, ripping it away with her powerful razor-sharp teeth. After this final bite, the shark abruptly turned and swam off, vanishing into deeper waters. Carlos immediately grabbed Felipe, struggling against the waves and Felipe's limp weight, as he dragged his injured friend through the blood-streaked water. The off-duty lifeguard, Mateus, immediately sprinted towards the chaotic scene, where Felipe lay severely injured. The horrifying sight unfolded before him. Felipe's hand was gone, his leg brutally severed, and he was slipping in and out of consciousness. Mateus began performing CPR with urgency, desperately trying to keep him alive as a crowd of stunned beachgoers surrounded the scene, their phones and cameras capturing every moment. Despite Mateus's frantic efforts and the help of others, the catastrophic blood loss was too much. Felipe was pronounced dead before the ambulance could arrive. The attack left the community in shock. Just moments ago, Felipe was enjoying a carefree day with friends, and now, his life had been brutally cut short, bleeding to death on the same beach where he had been laughing and celebrating. In the days following the attack, authorities increased shark patrols and implemented a no-alcohol policy to enhance safety, urging beachgoers to stay vigilant against the lurking threats. Reports confirmed sightings of the same bull shark, estimated to be about 11 feet long, further unsettling locals who were now grappling with the tragedy. This attack is yet another reminder that the ocean is the territory of its creatures, like sharks, and that entering the waters is always at our own risk. Claire Bennett, a 38-year-old mother of 3, lived with her family in a cozy beachside home in Coogee, a coastal suburb of Sydney. Claire was a passionate lover of the ocean, spending most of her free time with her children by the water, snorkeling and collecting seashells. Known for her adventurous yet nurturing nature, she was the kind of mother who balanced fun and exploration with a cautious eye over her kids. Her husband, Daniel Bennett, a senior project manager at one of Australia's leading engineering companies, was often away on work trips. This time, he was in Germany overseeing a major infrastructure development, leaving Claire to care for their children, Ella, Noah, and Olivia, back home. Despite his frequent travel, the family enjoyed a comfortable and happy life, with the beach being their favorite retreat. With Daniel away, Claire decided to take the children to Bondi Beach on December 15, 2015. A familiar and favorite spot for the family. It was a bright and sunny Australian summer day, and Claire felt the pull of the ocean. Her 3 children, aged between 8 and 12, busily built sandcastles near the shore. Claire, always protective and watchful, reminded them to stay close and reassured them that Jack Wilson, the local lifeguard, was nearby if needed. She knew the lifeguard well and trusted him to keep an eye on her children while she snorkeled, not knowing that she would soon need the lifeguard the most. After wading into the water, Claire enjoyed her first short dive, resurfacing with a small collection of seashells and sea creatures. The children eagerly gathered around her, fascinated by her findings, their faces lighting up with excitement. Their joy encouraged her to venture farther out for a second dive, eager to explore more of the underwater world she loved so much. This time, Claire swam about 300 feet from the shore, fully submerged in her own world, peacefully exploring the water beneath her. Further out, a male paddleboarder skimmed across the water, enjoying the calm as he surveyed the blue depths below. Suddenly, his breath caught in his throat. Just beneath the surface, gliding silently, was a massive dark shape, a great white shark, easily 19 feet long, moving closer to the shore. Panic surged through him as he screamed out warnings, frantically trying to alert those in the water. His voice cut through the air, but Claire, still submerged in her dive, remained oblivious to the danger approaching her. The shark, moving with silent intent, circled closer. Just as Claire surfaced to catch her breath, the shark surged forward with terrifying speed, breaking through the water and crashing into her. She barely had time to react before the shark's powerful jaws clamped down, pulling her under. Blood erupted into the water as Claire thrashed violently, struggling to escape, but the shark's strength was overwhelming. In seconds, she was dragged beneath the surface, the water churning around them. On the shore, people froze in horror, their laughter replaced by screams. Claire's children, focused on their sandcastles, sensed something was wrong. Looking toward the water, they stood in shock, unable to comprehend the sight of their mother struggling against the massive predator. For a brief moment, Claire resurfaced, gasping for air as blood swirled around her. But before she could call for help, she disappeared again beneath the waves. The shark, having delivered its fatal blow, vanished into the depths as quickly as it had appeared. The attack was shockingly fast, over in moments. Jack Wilson, the lifeguard, had seen the commotion from the shore. He grabbed his rescue board and raced into the water with all his strength, determined to reach Claire. Meanwhile, the paddleboarder and 2 nearby swimmers had also seen the attack and were the first to reach her. They pulled Claire's limp body onto the paddleboard, her skin pale, her breath shallow. Water poured from her mouth, and though she was still alive, the signs of life were fading quickly. As they reached the shallows, Jack was ready to assist, quickly helping them carry her onto the sand. Without hesitation, Jack began performing CPR. His hands pressed rhythmically on Claire's chest, forcing water out of her lungs. Blood continued to pool around them, staining the sand. A small crowd gathered, some in shock, others shouting for help. But Claire's children stood just a few feet away, unable to move, their faces frozen in horror. Though Claire continued to show faint signs of life, it was clear she was rapidly slipping away. The shark's bite had inflicted devastating injuries, massive blood loss and internal trauma. Even as paramedics arrived and took over CPR, the efforts were growing increasingly desperate. Despite all their attempts, Claire's pulse weakened and finally stopped. She succumbed to her injuries, severe blood loss and trauma from the shark's attack, on the shore where she had once found so much joy. Claire's body was gently covered, and her children were led away, their eyes still locked on the spot where their mother's life had ended. In the weeks that followed, Claire's husband and many of her family and friends were devastated by the loss. They held her funeral on the very beach where she had taken her final breaths, surrounded by loved ones. Her children, clutching the seashells their mother had collected earlier that day, would forever hold on to those last memories of her. It was November 15th, 2013, and the weather had been poor all day. A thick blanket of clouds hung low over the waters of Coral Bay, Western Australia, and the wind was beginning to pick up. The ocean was eerily still, with few boats venturing out. However, for James Langford, 28, and Luke Harris, 30, it seemed like an ideal day to finally try out their new spearfishing gear. They were both experienced fishermen but had never gone spearfishing before. James, always the cautious one, had meticulously planned every detail of their outing. Luke, more spontaneous and eager to jump into new experiences, had pushed for them to finally take the plunge despite the weather. After suiting up in their wetsuits to protect against the chilly water and wind, the two descended into the sea. Once submerged, it was peaceful, cool and quiet, offering an escape from the world above. For a while, it felt great to be underwater, focused solely on the task at hand. They spent a few hours spearfishing and were satisfied with their catch, just a few fish, but it felt like a great start for their first time. Feeling accomplished, they decided it was time to head back to shore. The small dinghy they had rented was anchored nearby, its silhouette barely visible against the dimming sky as they swam toward it. As they swam, something caught Luke's attention, a large, slow-moving shadow in the water behind them. His heart raced as the outline became clearer. The dark stripes on its body confirmed what it was: a tiger shark. The shark, at least 12 feet long, was following them, its movements measured and deliberate. Without saying a word, Luke signaled to James, pointing toward the shark and urging him to stay calm. James, seeing the danger, remained composed. Both men moved steadily, swimming toward the surface without panicking. They watched the shark carefully, maintaining eye contact and resisting the urge to kick too hard or make any sudden moves. The shark circled once, its interest seemingly fading as it disappeared into the gloom. Feeling a sense of relief, they reached the surface and began pulling themselves into the boat. As they climbed in, it seemed as though the danger had passed. They allowed themselves a moment of nervous laughter, believing the shark had lost interest and moved on. But just as James pulled his leg over the side of the boat, a sharp, searing pain shot through his left calf. The tiger shark had returned, and without warning, it clamped its powerful jaws around his leg, tearing through muscle and skin. The sudden attack sent blood surging into the water, and James let out a guttural scream as the shark thrashed violently. The shark held on, refusing to let go. Its grip was tight, pulling James toward the water's edge as it shook him with terrifying force. Luke, already in the boat, reacted instantly. Without a second thought, he grabbed his spear gun, plunged back into the water, and swam directly for the shark. As the shark's jaws remained locked on James's leg, Luke aimed for the gills and struck with all his strength. The spear hit its mark. The shark recoiled immediately, its grip loosening at last. James, now in shock, was bleeding profusely. His leg was still intact, though the bite had left deep lacerations tearing through muscle and tissue. Luke, pale and trembling but focused, hauled James fully into the boat. With no time to spare, he grabbed a towel they had brought along and wrapped it tightly around the wound to stem the bleeding. Luke quickly grabbed his phone and called for an ambulance. Once confirmed that help was on its way, he carefully started the boat, picking up speed as they headed for the shore. The 16 minutes it took to reach land felt like an eternity. James, slipping in and out of consciousness, had lost a significant amount of blood. By the time they arrived at the nearly empty beach, paramedics were already on standby, rushing to help as soon as they reached the shore. The paramedics immediately took over, applying pressure to James's wounds and stabilizing him for transport. He was rushed to Exmouth General Hospital, where doctors worked tirelessly to repair the damage to his leg. His calf had been shredded by the shark's bite, but after hours of surgery, he survived. Later, marine experts suggested that the shark had likely been drawn to the area by the scent of fish blood from their catch. The combination of the bad weather and the quiet ocean had made the attack feel all the more sudden and terrifying. The incident left a mark on the small Coral Bay community, though local authorities reassured the public that such attacks were rare. Sharks are vital to maintaining healthy ocean ecosystems. As apex predators, they keep populations of prey species in check, preventing imbalances that can harm coral reefs and other habitats. Ironically, while sharks are often feared, humans pose the greatest threat to them. Over 100 million sharks are killed annually, mainly due to fishing and the shark fin trade, compared to just 80 reported shark attacks each year. Conservation efforts aim to protect sharks, but as human activity in the ocean increases, encounters may rise, reminding us of the delicate balance between us and these essential predators. The next story takes us to Clearwater Beach, Florida, where a peaceful summer morning turns into a heart-pounding struggle for survival. On June 15, 2016, a family outing at the beach becomes a nightmare that leaves everyone questioning the boundaries of human bravery and the ferocity of nature. This is the story of Lucas Parker, a 12-year-old boy whose encounter with one of the ocean's most formidable predators, a great white shark, tests the limits of human endurance and courage. Lucas Parker was a vibrant and adventurous young boy with an insatiable curiosity about the world. His parents, Emily and David Parker, cherished these summer trips to Clearwater Beach, a place where the azure waters and golden sands provided the perfect backdrop for family fun and relaxation. On that fateful day in June, the sun had risen over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the beach as seagulls flew overhead, their cries mixing with the sound of the gentle waves. The beach was bustling with families setting up umbrellas, children building sand castles, and surfers catching the early waves. Amidst this picturesque scene, Lucas was eager to explore the shallow waters, his snorkel and mask in hand. His parents, Emily and David, were nearby, setting up their beach chairs and cooler, momentarily distracted by the task at hand. Unbeknownst to them, Lucas's adventurous spirit led him to venture further into the ocean than he had ever gone before. As Lucas swam, he marveled at the vibrant marine life below him. The sun's rays penetrated the clear water, illuminating schools of fish that darted around him, and he felt an overwhelming sense of freedom and excitement. But what Lucas didn't realize was that he was gradually moving into deeper waters, far from the safety of the shore. Suddenly, a shadow loomed beneath him, its movement swift and deliberate. In an instant, the serene underwater world transformed into a scene of terror. A great white shark, nearly 15 feet in length, emerged from the depths, its cold black eyes locking onto Lucas. Without warning, the shark struck, its powerful jaws clamping down on Lucas's leg. The pain was immediate and excruciating, and Lucas let out a scream that was muffled by the water. On the beach, Emily and David's attention snapped to the ocean at the sound of their son's cry. Panic surged through them as they saw the thrashing in the water and realized what was happening. David, driven by instinct and fear, rushed towards the shoreline, shouting for help. The beachgoers nearby quickly understood the gravity of the situation, and chaos erupted as people began to scramble. Amidst the pandemonium, Jack Miller, a seasoned local fisherman who was nearby on his small fishing boat, noticed the commotion. Jack was well known in the community for his deep knowledge of the ocean and his quick thinking in emergencies. As he peered through his binoculars, he saw the unmistakable sight of a shark attacking a child. Without hesitation, Jack maneuvered his boat towards the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. The shark's grip on Lucas was relentless, and the boy's struggles grew weaker as he lost blood. Just as it seemed hope was fading, Jack arrived, wielding his fishing stick with determined precision. With a swift, forceful strike, he managed to hit the shark on its snout, a very sensitive area. This part of the shark, full of nerve endings, helps it sense prey. Hitting it hard caused the shark significant pain and confusion, making it let go of Lucas and swim away. But the ordeal was far from over. As Lucas desperately tried to reach Jack's outstretched hand, the shark, enraged and sensing its prey slipping away, lunged once more. Its jaws clamped down on Lucas's leg again, dragging him back into the depths. Lucas, fighting through the agony, managed to grab Jack's hand just as the shark pulled him. Jack, using all his strength, yanked Lucas upwards, and the shark's grip finally loosened. Jack pulled Lucas into the boat, his legs severely injured and blood pouring out. Lucas's face was pale, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Jack knew every second counted. He quickly applied a tourniquet to Lucas's leg to slow the bleeding, and then sped towards the shore, his heart pounding with fear and determination. As Jack raced back to shore, the sight of Lucas's pale face and the blood-soaked water filled him with dread. He knew the boy's chances of survival hinged on getting him to medical help as quickly as possible. On the beach, Emily and David watched in horror and desperation as Jack's boat approached. The crowd parted to make way for the boat, and paramedics, who had been called in the chaos, rushed forward. Lucas was swiftly transferred to a waiting ambulance, his life hanging in the balance. The severity of his injuries was undeniable, and his survival depended on the skill and speed of the medical team. As the ambulance sped away, Emily and David clung to each other, their world shattered by the horrifying events that had unfolded. The following hours were a blur of uncertainty and fear. News of the attack spread rapidly, and the beach community was gripped by shock and concern for Lucas. Unfortunately, despite the best efforts of the medical team, the damage to Lucas's leg was too severe. The doctors had no choice but to amputate his leg to save his life. Lucas survived the ordeal, but his life was forever changed. In the end, as the sun set over Clearwater Beach, the once tranquil shore was marked by the memory of a young boy's harrowing ordeal and the heroic efforts of a local fisherman who risked everything to save him. The next story takes us to the stunning tropical waters of Bora Bora, a paradise known for its crystal-clear turquoise lagoons and vibrant marine life. In the summer of 2023, Chloe, a famous Instagram model, and her supportive boyfriend Ryan set out on an adventure they believed would be both thrilling and picturesque. They aimed to capture the perfect moments with dolphins, but their dream quickly turned into a nightmare. This is the story of Chloe and Ryan's harrowing encounter with the ocean's darker side. Chloe had always been captivated by the ocean. Her Instagram was filled with pictures of her in exotic locations, and her followers eagerly awaited her next post. This time, she was determined to outdo herself. Accompanied by Ryan, who was always by her side supporting her endeavors, they planned an exclusive photo shoot with the dolphins of Bora Bora. The couple rented a private boat, complete with a professional crew, to ensure they captured the best shots. The day began with excitement and anticipation. Chloe and Ryan stood on the deck, marveling at the playful dolphins that leaped around the boat. The captain and crew shared their knowledge about the dolphins and the safety precautions needed. They emphasized the dangers of the open water and firmly instructed that no one should dive in without supervision. Chloe listened but was already envisioning the perfect shot. As the boat lay still in the calm lagoon, she captured stunning photos of the dolphins from the deck. But something was missing. She wanted a more immersive shot, one that would take her Instagram to the next level. A photo near the dolphins would surely get more likes, she thought. Ryan, looking concerned, suggested she get the shots from the deck, as the captain had advised. Chloe, however, was determined. She believed a picture from the water would capture the essence she was aiming for. Her determination outweighed the warnings, even as she noticed the dolphins starting to swim away, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Ignoring the captain's earlier caution and Ryan's pleas, Chloe slipped into the water, laughing as the dolphins swam further away, startled by her sudden splash. The crew exchanged worried glances, murmuring among themselves about the recklessness of her decision. She posed and clicked away, unaware of the shadow that lurked beneath the surface. Suddenly, the dolphins disappeared entirely, leaving an eerie silence. Ryan, sensing something was wrong, urgently called out to Chloe, telling her to get back on the boat immediately. Chloe turned to swim back, but her smile vanished as she saw a dark fin cutting through the water towards her. The fin belonged to a massive shark, at least 12 feet long, its sleek body moving with terrifying speed. Panic set in. Chloe swam frantically, her arms and legs thrashing in the water. The crew on the boat sprang into action, throwing life rings and shouting instructions. Ryan's heart raced as he saw the shark close in on Chloe. The fin drew closer, and Chloe felt a sharp pain as the shark's teeth grazed her leg. She screamed, the sound piercing through the chaos. Ryan didn't hesitate. He dove into the water, swimming with all his might towards Chloe. As he reached her, the shark bit down, this time more forcefully, causing Chloe to cry out in agony. Blood stained the water, the shark's eyes cold and unyielding. Ryan fought through the panic, wrapping one arm around Chloe while using the other to push her towards the boat. The shark circled back, its dorsal fin cutting through the water like a knife. With one final burst of energy, Ryan kicked furiously towards the boat, Chloe clinging to him. The crew pulled them both up, their hearts pounding. Chloe's leg was bleeding profusely, and deep gashes revealed the brutality of the attack. They wrapped her in towels, applying pressure to the wound as they rushed back to shore where an ambulance awaited. As they sped back, Chloe clung to Ryan, her eyes wide with fear and pain. The reality of the danger they had ignored was starkly clear now. Upon reaching the shore, medics were ready. Chloe was quickly transferred to the ambulance and Ryan went with her, never letting go of her hand. Chloe's injuries were severe. The shark's teeth had torn through muscle and tissue, and she required immediate surgery. Doctors worked to repair the damage, but the physical and emotional scars would take much longer to heal. In the aftermath, an investigation was launched into the incident. Authorities questioned the boat crew and reviewed their safety protocols. Experts noted that the area, while usually safe, had seen a recent increase in shark sightings, possibly due to changes in their prey's migration patterns. The captain reiterated his warnings, emphasizing that the ocean, while beautiful, is home to many dangers. In the summer of 2014, on July 12th, 4 friends in their early 20s, Lucas, David, Sophia, and Emma, were on vacation in Florida. They spent their days exploring the coast, searching for hidden spots away from the usual tourist crowds. On this particular day, they discovered a beautiful, secluded cove that seemed like a hidden gem, its clear waters and untouched beach calling out to them. The cove's eerie quietness, however, was soon explained when they noticed several shark warning signs posted along the shore. The signs gave them pause, but the cove was too beautiful, and the group was too eager to enjoy the serenity of the spot. They dismissed the danger, reasoning that the warnings were probably just a precaution. The allure of the pristine beach and the desire for a perfect day of swimming were too strong to resist. By mid-morning, the group had swum out about 150 feet from the shore, where they spent hours enjoying the cool waters and each other's company. As the day wore on, they decided it was time to head back to shore for lunch, planning to wrap up their perfect morning. Just as they began to swim back after one last dive, their sense of safety was abruptly shattered. Without warning, Lucas felt a sharp, searing pain in his right calf. A 12-foot tiger shark had struck, its powerful jaws clamping down with immense force. The razor-sharp teeth tore into his flesh, crushing muscle and bone as the shark shook its head violently, attempting to rip away a chunk of his leg. David, who was closest to Lucas, immediately kicked at the shark in a desperate attempt to drive it away. His foot connected with the shark's side, but the massive predator barely reacted. His attempts, though earnest, were weak and ineffective against the relentless predator. Sophia and Emma, realizing the gravity of the situation, spotted a boat farther out on the water. Desperate for help, they began swimming away from Lucas and David, frantically waving and shouting to get the attention of the people on board. The man on the boat, Richard Hayes, an experienced boater on a trip with his wife, noticed the girls' distress and immediately steered the boat toward them. Understanding the severity of the situation, he maneuvered the boat closer to Lucas and David, who were still battling the shark. Lucas was losing blood rapidly, his screams filling the air as he realized he had lost all feeling in his leg. The shark, relentless in its attack, continued to circle them, drawn by the scent of blood and preparing for another strike. As the boat neared, Richard grabbed a boat hook and swung it at the shark, managing to hit it just as it was about to strike again. The shark hesitated for a moment, giving David the chance to pull Lucas, now limp and barely conscious, onto the boat. As they hauled Lucas out of the water, they discovered the horrifying extent of his injuries. His leg had been severed in the struggle. Richard immediately sped the boat back to shore, calling emergency services as they raced against time. His wife, on board with him, quickly grabbed towels to apply pressure to Lucas's wounds, trying to stem the bleeding from the horrific bites that had torn through his leg. Upon reaching the shore, just under 15 minutes after the attack, emergency services were waiting. The paramedics quickly assessed Lucas's condition, noting the severe blood loss and the traumatic amputation of his leg. They rushed him to Halifax Health Medical Center in Daytona Beach, where he was taken into emergency surgery. Lucas's injuries were severe, and the doctors worked tirelessly to save his life. The surgery was successful in stabilizing him, but the damage was irreversible. Lucas's leg could not be saved. It was later revealed that the shark warning signs had been posted due to increased seal activity in the area, which had attracted more sharks. Ignoring the warnings had dire consequences for Lucas and his friends, a harsh lesson that would stay with them forever. The first story takes us to the stunning shores of Oahu, Hawaii, on a bright July afternoon in 2016. The sun bathed the island in a golden glow, and the crystal-clear waters of the Pacific beckoned to those in search of adventure. Among the visitors was Evelyn Thornton, a 48-year-old mother with a passion for travel and exploration. She was on vacation with her 17-year-old son, Caleb, seeking a mix of relaxation and excitement. The day was perfect for snorkeling, and Evelyn couldn't resist the allure of the vibrant coral reefs just offshore. The waters were about 30 feet deep, a mesmerizing blue that seemed to stretch endlessly. Caleb stepped into a kayak he had rented from a nearby shop, intent on keeping an eye on his mother while enjoying the water himself. Always protective, Caleb's attention shifted between the horizon and his mother as she prepared to slip beneath the surface. Evelyn swam into the water, immediately captivated by the beauty of the coral reef. She had a natural curiosity and an innocent wonder that sometimes left her less aware of potential dangers. The coral reefs were alive with color, angelfish darting through the crevices. As she swam deeper, Evelyn was entranced, fully immersed in the peaceful dance of marine life in the clear, quiet ocean. But as the minutes ticked by, Caleb began to feel an uneasy sensation creeping in. From his position in the kayak about 50 feet away from his mother, he noticed something unusual in the water. At first, he thought he might be imagining things, a fleeting shadow that could have easily been a trick of the light or a large fish. But as he squinted and focused, the shadow became more defined, and his pulse quickened with realization. It wasn't just his imagination. the unmistakable outline of a massive tiger shark emerged from the depths. This was no ordinary predator. It was a 12-foot behemoth, a creature of immense power, and it was heading straight for his mother. Panic surged through Caleb as he tried to warn Evelyn, but his voice was lost in the vastness of the ocean. He paddled frantically, but Evelyn, with her head submerged and focused on the coral, couldn't hear his desperate cries. A group of kayakers was further out, too far away to notice the threat, focused on their own activities. Then, in an instant, the peaceful underwater world erupted into chaos. The tiger shark struck with brutal force, its powerful jaws clamping down on Evelyn with terrifying speed. The shark's rear teeth sank into her shoulders, while its front jaw bit deep into her lower back and upper thigh. The water, once clear and inviting, was now a swirling mass of fear and pain. The impact threw Evelyn off balance, her body jerking violently as the shark pulled her under. The pain was searing, but there was no time to process it, only the instinct to survive. Then, just as suddenly as it had attacked, the shark released her, its massive form retreating into the depths. The ocean, moments ago a place of wonder, was now stained with blood, the water churning in the aftermath of the attack. Caleb's horror was absolute as he witnessed the unthinkable. But there was no time to despair, only to act. Fueled by pure instinct and a desperate need to save his mother, he paddled furiously toward her, his heart pounding with fear. His cries for help finally reached the ears of nearby kayakers, and one man, Mr. Daniels, was the first to respond. A seasoned local in his late 50s, Mr. Daniels moved with a calm urgency, his years on the water evident in his actions. Mr. Daniels reached Evelyn just moments before Caleb, quickly assessing the situation. The situation was just as critical as life and death itself, and they had to act fast. Deep slashes ran from her lower back up to her shoulders, blood pouring from the wounds. With practiced precision, Mr. Daniels pulled Evelyn onto his kayak, while Caleb, his fear momentarily giving way to determination, stayed close, anxiously scanning the water for any sign of the shark's return. The journey back to shore was intense, with Caleb and Mr. Daniels paddling as quickly as they could. As they raced toward the shore, people in the water began to notice something was wrong. Panic spread, with shouts of alarm echoing across the beach as swimmers quickly fled the water. Finally, they reached the shore. Caleb and Mr. Daniels laid Evelyn on the sand, pressing towels against her bleeding wounds. Within minutes, the ambulance arrived, and paramedics swiftly stabilized her and rushed her to Queens Medical Center in Honolulu. The beach, once bustling with activity, was now eerily quiet as lifeguards cleared everyone from the water. At the hospital, Evelyn was taken directly into surgery. The shark's bite had caused severe lacerations, requiring over 700 stitches. The surgery was lengthy but successful, and Evelyn was stabilized. When Caleb learned that his mother had survived, relief washed over him. Though he was uninjured, the trauma of witnessing the attack left him shaken. Medical staff quickly provided support, helping him process the ordeal. Grateful she had pulled through, Caleb knew they both faced a long road to recovery. In the year 2009, on the 27th of August, two seasoned fishermen, Desmond Kane and Oliver Reed, both in their early 30s, set out for a weekend fishing trip off the coast of Monterey Bay, California. For Desmond, it was a way to step away from the constant demands of his young family, his wife and two kids, allowing him to reconnect with his passion for the sea and the thrill of the catch. Oliver, too, relished these trips, finding solace in the ocean's vastness, a perfect antidote to the pressures of work and home life. These weekends were more than just fishing. They were a return to the simplicity and excitement of their younger days. The day began with high spirits as Desmond and Oliver loaded their gear onto their boat, laughing and bantering as they set off into the vast expanse of Monterey Bay. The morning sun glistened on the water's surface and the sea was calm, a perfect day for fishing. After a successful morning haul, the two friends decided to move to a different spot, hoping to increase their catch. As they cruised to a new location, Oliver noticed something unusual in the water, a sparkle that resembled the movement of a shark. He tried to get Desmond's attention, pointing toward the water, But Desmond, busy with the net, didn't see anything. He dismissed the concern, thinking it was nothing to worry about, and they both continued their tasks with laughter, brushing off the momentary concern. As Desmond lowered the second net into the water, he suddenly felt it become incredibly heavy. Just as he was about to call out to Oliver, a massive 10-foot mako shark leaped out of the water, biting down on Desmond's hand with tremendous force. The attack was swift and brutal. Blood poured from Desmond's mangled hand as he stumbled back, trying to process what had just happened. Oliver rushed to his side, searching frantically for the first aid kit, but it was nowhere to be found. They had forgotten it in their haste to set off that morning. Thinking quickly, Oliver tore a piece of fabric from a life jacket and fashioned a makeshift tourniquet, tying it tightly around Desmond's hand in an attempt to stop the bleeding. As they tried to catch their breath, the mako shark launched another attack, this time aiming for Desmond's leg. Oliver managed to pull Desmond away just in time, but the shark rammed the boat, causing it to lurch dangerously. The small vessel rocked violently, and Desmond, already weakened from blood loss, nearly lost his balance. In a state of panic, Oliver scrambled to the boat's controls and started the engine, accelerating away. But they had not yet reached full speed. The mako shark, known for its speed and agility, relentlessly pursued the boat, easily catching up as it hadn't yet reached top speed. With a sudden, fierce attack, the shark rammed into the side of the boat, causing a severe jolt that nearly tipped them over and left a deep dent, creating a small leak. Oliver, realizing the gravity of the situation, pushed the engine to its limits, finally managing to outpace the predator. After a tense and harrowing chase, the shark retreated into the depths, leaving the fishermen exhausted and desperate to reach shore before the leak worsened. Desmond and Oliver managed to return to shore just 20 minutes later, where they were quickly rushed to Marine General Hospital. Desmond's injuries were severe. His hand had suffered deep lacerations, and 2 of his fingers were partially severed. He underwent emergency surgery to repair the damage, including reattaching his fingers and treating the deep tissue injuries. In the aftermath, Desmond and Oliver were left puzzled by the intensity of the attack. An investigation later revealed that the shark responsible was an 800-pound mako, drawn by the scent of blood from their catch. Known for its incredible speed, this particular shark had likely been in a heightened state of aggression. The next story is truly horrifying. On April 20th, 1972, at Pismo Beach, California, a young boy was attacked by not 1 but 3 sharks on what began as a bright, sunny day. The beach was packed with families, all enjoying the warm weather and calm waters. It was a perfect day for a father and son outing. 10-year-old Stephen Harris was eager to try out his brand new snorkeling gear, and his father, Robert Harris, was looking forward to a relaxing day by the water. These beach trips had become their cherished bonding time, away from the stress of daily life. As Stephen eagerly waded into the water, Robert reminded him not to swim beyond 50 feet from the shore. After giving the reminder, Robert took a brief swim of his own before heading back to the shore to relax. Stephen, now around that distance out, found the spot perfect for snorkeling, with its calm waters teeming with marine life. The vibrant underwater world captivated him, and he had no desire to venture any further, content with the wonders just below the surface. Unbeknownst to the beachgoers, including Stephen and Robert, a group of teenage anglers further down the coast were fishing recklessly, using animal blood as bait. Their irresponsible actions attracted several sharks, bringing them dangerously close to the area where swimmers were enjoying the water. As Stephen floated in the water, his head occasionally bobbing above the surface, he suddenly spotted what appeared to be a dark shape cutting through the waves. With water droplets clinging to his snorkel mask, his vision blurred for a moment. He blinked, unsure if it was a shark's fin or just a trick of the light. Panic began to creep in, but before he could fully process what he had seen, a large shadow surged toward him, and a massive shark lunged, biting down on his left calf with devastating force. Stephen screamed in pain as the shark's teeth tore through his leg. In the confusion of thrashing water, another sharp pain ripped through his arm as he was bitten again, and then a third savage strike hit him across his lower back. The water around him turned red as the brutal attack unfolded, leaving him bloodied and surrounded by violence. From the shore, Robert Harris heard his son's screams and saw violence splashing in the distance. Panicked, Robert sprinted toward the ocean, but as he got closer, he realized his son was trapped in a deadly struggle, and he was powerless against the predator. The beach was thrown into chaos. Families and swimmers screamed in horror, rushing to safety. No one dared enter the water, fearing for their lives, except for Thomas Fletcher, a nearby surfer who witnessed the attack from a short distance away. With no hesitation, he paddled toward Stephen, determined to save the boy despite the clear danger. As Fletcher approached, he saw the shark circling Stephen, its dorsal fin slicing through the water. Risking his life, Fletcher used his surfboard to strike at the predator, fending it off just long enough to reach the severely injured boy. Despite the immense danger, Fletcher managed to pull Stephen onto his surfboard. Just as he did, he noticed more fins in the water. There wasn't just one shark, but 3 of them, circling and ready to strike again. The sharks stayed close as Fletcher paddled fiercely back toward the shore. Robert, now waist-deep in the water, rushed in to help pull the board with his son to safety. A lifeguard, already in the water, quickly joined them, helping to push the surfboard the final stretch. Once on the beach, other lifeguards immediately applied first aid to Stephen, who was bleeding heavily from deep wounds to his leg, arm, and back. He was barely conscious, and his survival seemed uncertain as blood loss rapidly took its toll. Stephen was rushed to French Hospital Medical Center in San Luis Obispo, where surgeons fought through the night to save him. He required over 1,000 stitches to close the gaping wounds, but miraculously, he survived. In the aftermath, an investigation revealed that the teenage anglers, irresponsibly using animal blood as bait, had attracted the sharks, 3 large sharks, which appeared to be bull sharks, to the area. This sparked widespread criticism of both the teenagers and beach safety officials for not having proper shark deterrents or warnings in place. Stephen would never forget the day he narrowly escaped death in the jaws of 3 sharks, and thanks to the bravery of the surfer, Thomas Fletcher, he survived. On the morning of May 14, 2024, Simon Baccanello, a 46-year-old teacher from the small town of Elliston, South Australia, set out for a day of surfing at Walker's Rock Beach. The sky was clear, the waves that morning were steady, powerful, and just the right height, and the air buzzed with the excitement of the young surfers who joined him. Everything seemed perfect for a day on the water. Simon Baccanello wasn't just a teacher to the students of Elliston. He was a mentor, a friend, and a steady influence on their lives. As he watched the students paddle out, he was filled with a sense of pride and peace. He had seen many of them grow up, and now they were enjoying the sea that he had so often taught them to respect. The day began with optimism, a close-knit community sharing the simple joy of surfing under clear skies. But what followed was an unimaginable tragedy, transforming a peaceful morning into one of heartbreak. Around 10 a.m., as Simon and the group ventured further into the water, a nearby surfer who was packing his board into his car after a successful morning noticed something alarming: a large shark moving among the surfers. Alarmed by the dark shape cutting through the waves so close to the surfers, he began honking his car horn, trying to warn them. Simon, who was just about 50 feet into the water, saw the students had just begun catching waves. He heard the honking, initially confused, and scanned the horizon. Nothing seemed out of place at first, but the honking continued, and now people on the shore were waving frantically. Fully aware of the potential dangers, including sharks, he immediately started calling out to the students, urging them to return to shore swiftly but calmly. He knew he had to stay composed. Any sign of panic could make the situation even worse. While most of the students were nearing the shore, their feet finally touching the sand, Simon stayed behind in the deeper waters to ensure the last few made it safely. Just as the final student reached the beach, Simon, still in the water, felt a powerful blow from behind. It was the shark. Its jaws clamped down on his right leg. Desperate to break free, he twisted and struck the shark's nose, hoping to force it to release its grip. The enormous predator briefly let go, only to attack again, this time latching onto his left arm as he fell from his surfboard. Simon fought back, striking at the relentless creature, but a third and final attack pulled him under, the water turning red as he vanished beneath the surface. On shore, the students, having watched the entire attack in horror, began screaming, with some even attempting to run back into the water to help. Their panicked cries echoed across the beach, but distraught beachgoers rushed forward, holding them back from returning to the danger. Others frantically called for help, helpless as they witnessed the tragedy unfold. Eventually, volunteers and emergency responders arrived and initiated an extensive search. For hours, they scoured the waters and shoreline, but all that was found were fragments of Simon's surfboard and parts of his wetsuit, tragic remnants of a life cut short. Following the search, an investigation confirmed that Simon had been attacked by a great white shark. Bite marks on the recovered surfboard and witness accounts supported this conclusion. The beach was closed in the aftermath as authorities monitored the area for further shark activity and ensured the safety of the community. It was March 12, 1958 on Uvongo Beach, South Africa, 80 miles southwest of Durban. After a stormy night, the clouds were beginning to break, and the sun was just starting to peek through, casting a golden glow over the murky, restless waters. Despite the earlier storm, beachgoers had begun to gather, drawn by the promise of clearing skies. Among them was Margaret Evans, a 28-year-old widow, hoping to find some solace by the sea with her 4 young children. They had just arrived, the children already absorbed in building sandcastles and chasing each other along the shore. As the beach grew livelier, Jeff Wolf, the owner of a nearby hotel, made his way through the crowd with an urgent warning. The previous night's storm had torn through the shark nets, leaving large predators free to venture dangerously close to shore. While some families heeded the warning and began packing up to leave, others lingered, reassured by the still shallow water. Margaret hesitated, watching the ebb and flow of the waves. She had only just arrived, and the children were so happy. As a few others waded cautiously into the water, only waist deep, she felt her initial worry subside. It seemed harmless enough. Convinced that the shallow waters posed little threat, Margaret waded in up to her knees, seeking a moment's reprieve from the warmth of the sun. The water, colder than she had expected, swirled murkily around her legs, the storm having stirred the sand and silt. Margaret waded in further, now waist deep, feeling a sense of safety as she stood among the other beachgoers. The sun was rising higher, and the air was filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter, calming her nerves. She glanced at her children playing in the sand and allowed herself to relax, reassured by the presence of others. Then, without warning, an older man nearby stumbled backward, splashing frantically. His movements were wild, his eyes locked on something in the water just beneath the surface. A 10-foot great white shark shot through the shallow water toward him. It breached violently, snapping its jaws dangerously close to his legs. Margaret's heart pounded as chaos erupted. The shark submerged briefly before reappearing right in front of her. Before she could react, its massive body slammed into her, knocking her off her feet. In an instant, its jaws clamped down on her torso, dragging her into the water. Panic erupted as beachgoers fled, the water churning with splashes and screams. Desperate attempts to drive the shark away filled the air, but it was already too late. The shark released Margaret, leaving her body to float in the blood-streaked water. The damage was catastrophic, and the sea around her turned crimson as she drifted motionless. Several men, including Jeff Wolf, rushed into the water to pull Margaret to shore. They dragged her through the waves, her body limp. As they laid her on the sand, it became immediately clear just how horrific the injuries were. Her left leg was nearly severed, and her torso had been torn apart by the shark's teeth. They tried desperately to stop the bleeding, pressing towels and shirts against her wounds, but it was no use. Margaret was unresponsive, her skin growing pale as she lost too much blood. Within minutes, she was gone. Margaret's 4 children, too young to fully understand, were surrounded by the chaotic aftermath. Authorities arrived, but the shark had vanished. In the days that followed, drumlines were set in hopes of capturing the shark responsible, but it was never found. It was mid-August 2004, off the coast of Jacksonville Beach, Florida, where three friends, all in their mid to late 20s, had come to unwind after months of intense fieldwork. Tristan Dawes, Owen Carter, and Eva Martinez had met during their marine research projects and quickly bonded over their shared passion for the ocean and their mutual love of fishing. Eager for some well-deserved relaxation, they rented a boat and set out early on the second day of their trip, armed with rods, reels, and a cooler stocked with cold beers. Their plan was simple: fish, laugh, and enjoy the peacefulness of the Atlantic waters. By mid-morning, they had anchored their boat a few miles offshore, in waters known for their rich marine life. The sun reflected off the gentle waves, and the atmosphere aboard the boat was light and carefree. As they cast their lines into the water, they chatted about their latest research, the joy of being out on the water, and the anticipation of a good catch. Not long after, Tristan felt a powerful tug on his line. His rod bent sharply, and the reel whirred as whatever he had hooked began to pull. Excitement filled the air as Tristan struggled to reel in what they all assumed was a large fish. But before anyone could fully comprehend what was happening, the surface of the water erupted, revealing the sleek, unmistakable form of a 17-foot great white shark. The friends stared in shock, their excitement turning to dread in an instant. The shark thrashed violently, pulling hard against the line. Tristan barely had time to react before the shark jerked with immense force, yanking him overboard and into the water. The ocean swallowed Tristan in an instant. Panic flashed in Owen and Eva's eyes as they watched their friend disappear beneath the surface. Moments later, Tristan resurfaced, but the nightmare had already begun. The shark, driven by its predatory instincts, had bitten down on Tristan's left leg, leaving a deep, gaping wound just below the knee. The pain was excruciating, but Tristan's fight was far from over. As he fought to get back to the boat, the shark struck again, this time clamping onto his right leg at the calf. The force of the bite fractured the bone and left another deep wound. Blood clouded the water around Tristan, and the situation grew dire. On the boat, Owen hesitated, uncertain whether jumping in would help, as Eva frantically looked around for boats and screamed, but saw no one. He tried to strike the shark with his fishing rod, but it was just out of reach. Owen knew that jumping in could be deadly, which made him hesitate on the boat, but he also knew he had to act. Then, for a brief moment, the shark paused its attack, circling slowly as if assessing the situation. Seeing his chance, Owen finally jumped into the water, seizing the only opportunity to save his friend. The shark was still present, but Owen's quick move caught it off guard. He grabbed Tristan under the arms, and together with Eva's help from the boat, they managed to haul him on board just as the shark began to circle again, this time more aggressively. Once on the boat, Owen and Eva quickly switched from friends to professionals. Their marine biology training, especially in emergency responses, took over. They applied pressure to the wounds, and Owen quickly tore off his shirt, fashioning it into a makeshift tourniquet. Tristan was conscious, but weak, slipping in and out of awareness as they worked to stabilize him. Eva grabbed the radio and contacted emergency services. With the shark still circling, Owen started the boat and sped back to shore. The usually tranquil ride back, which took about 10 minutes, was now a blur of adrenaline and focused action. Tristan's life hung in the balance, but Owen and Eva's quick thinking and well-honed skills kept him alive until they reached the dock. As they arrived at Jacksonville Beach, paramedics were already waiting, alerted by Eva's call. Tristan was quickly transferred to an ambulance and rushed to Jacksonville Memorial Hospital, where a team of surgeons was ready to perform emergency surgery. Hours later, after tense waiting, the news came that Tristan's condition had been stabilized. The surgery had been successful, but his road to recovery would be long. However, doctors were optimistic that with time, Tristan would regain full mobility. In the aftermath, the incident was hailed as one of the best-handled shark attack emergencies in recent history. Thanks to Owen and Eva's quick actions and calm under pressure, Tristan's life was saved. Shark attacks are sometimes obvious from people who don't think clearly. But the next story is just sad and shows the unexpected dangers from the sea. It was June 14, 2022, a bright summer day, perfect for exploring the underwater world off the coast of North Carolina. The Outer Banks were alive with the colors of marine life, an inviting paradise for anyone seeking adventure. Among the excited group of students was Ethan Davis, a 16-year-old eager to immerse himself in the wonders of the ocean. The school trip had been the highlight of the year, a chance to learn and experience the marine ecosystem firsthand. The students had gathered early in the morning, their excitement palpable as they boarded the boat that would take them to their diving site. The vessel was equipped with all the necessary gear for a safe and enjoyable dive. Mr. Roberts, an experienced dive instructor and former Coast Guard medic, led the briefing session. His presence instilled a sense of security among the students, who trusted his expertise implicitly. Mr. Roberts began by explaining the basics of scuba diving, covering essential safety protocols and demonstrating how to use the diving equipment. He emphasized the importance of the buddy system, urging everyone to stay close to their assigned partners. Ethan and his best friend Michael were paired together, their shared enthusiasm adding to the anticipation. As the boat cut through the gentle waves, Mr. Roberts pointed out various landmarks and shared interesting facts about the local marine life. The group arrived at the designated diving site. With a final check, Mr. Roberts gave the signal, and one by one, the students entered the water. The initial moments underwater were nothing short of magical. Ethan couldn't believe his eyes as he swam among the vibrant marine life. He and Michael swam side by side, pointing out various marine creatures and sharing moments of awe. But as they ventured deeper, the water grew colder, and the visibility decreased slightly. Ethan noticed a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle tension that was hard to pinpoint. The group continued, unaware of the lurking danger. Suddenly, without any warning, a sharp, excruciating force tore through Ethan's arm. The world around him descended into chaos in an instant. A large bull shark had latched onto him, its powerful jaws clamped down with terrifying force. The water around him rapidly turned a dark, murky red as his muffled scream echoed through the dive mask. The scene was a whirlwind of violence and fear. As the shark thrashed, dragging Ethan further into the depths, the raw power of the creature was evident. Panic erupted among the students. Michael, who was closest to Ethan, was frozen in shock, his eyes wide with terror. He couldn't move, couldn't think. Mr. Roberts sprang into action, his training kicking in. With swift, decisive movements, he drew his dive knife and swam towards the shark, slashing at it to drive it away. The shark released Ethan, but the damage was done. Blood poured from Ethan's arm, the water swirling in a ghastly dance. Mr. Roberts quickly applied a makeshift tourniquet, using a piece of equipment to slow the bleeding. His hands moved with practiced precision, but his eyes betrayed the fear he felt for Ethan's life. The scene above water was equally chaotic. The other instructors hurried to evacuate the panicking students to safety. The commotion caught the attention of nearby boats, and a radio call was made for immediate medical assistance. With the help of other students and instructors, Mr. Roberts dragged Ethan back to the boat. Each second felt like an eternity, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on everyone involved. Michael, now recovered from the initial shock, followed closely and helped bring Ethan safely to the surface. Once on the boat, Mr. Roberts and the crew worked to stabilize Ethan. They wrapped his arm tightly and did everything possible to manage the bleeding. The boat sped toward the shore, the engine roaring as it cut through the waves. The distant sound of a helicopter grew louder, signaling the arrival of medical help. As they reached the shore, paramedics rushed to Ethan. They worked quickly, stabilizing him as best they could before loading him into the helicopter. The uncertainty of Ethan's survival hung heavy in the air. After a while, word came through. Ethan had survived. His injuries were serious, including multiple fractures and nerve damage, but with time and rehabilitation, doctors expected him to recover. The news reached the students, bringing relief as they learned that Ethan was alive and had a chance to heal, though his road to recovery would be long. In the summer of 1931, on the evening of August 30th, deep within the tranquil shores of Barbers Point, Hawaii, two siblings embarked on a swim that would take a horrific turn, altering their lives forever. Lani Kiloha, 25, was a vibrant young woman known throughout her village for her adventurous spirit and deep love for the ocean. She had grown up with the sea as her playground, finding both joy and solace in its endless waves. Her younger brother, Koa, 18, was the more cautious of the two, always watching out for his sister. Though he shared Lani's love for the ocean, Koa approached it with a respect that bordered on wariness, ever mindful of the dangers that lay beneath its serene surface. That evening, after a particularly long and exhausting day of work, Lani felt an irresistible pull toward the water. Their usual swim around sunset, typically around 6 p.m., had been delayed, and they arrived a few hours later. Despite the late hour, the siblings decided to proceed with their swim, eager to wash away the day's stress in the cool embrace of the ocean. They waded into the water, feeling the familiar chill invigorate them after the hot day. Koa stayed closer to shore, while Lani ventured out nearly 50 feet, where the water deepened and the vibrant sea life below caught her attention. Koa kept an eye on his sister from a distance, noting her position in the deeper waters. As he felt himself cooling down and the sky began to darken, he was about to call out to Lani, suggesting they head back to the beach, when he noticed something. A massive fin slicing through the water, moving swiftly toward her. In an instant, the tranquility of the evening was shattered. An 18-foot great white shark erupted from the water, its massive jaws clamping down on Lani. The force of the attack dragged her under, the water around her turning red as Koa watched in horror, too far away to reach her in time. The last thing he saw was Lani's hand, briefly breaking the surface, before she was pulled into the depths. Koa froze, his mind struggling to grasp the nightmare unfolding before him. Desperation surged through him, and he began swimming frantically towards where Lani had disappeared. But he knew it was too late. It was only the roar of an approaching boat that snapped him out of his shock. Kaipo Maho, an elderly fisherman who had been watching from a distance, was racing towards them. Kaipo steered his boat rapidly towards Koa, pulling him aboard as the younger man stammered out what had happened. Kaipo, understanding the severity of the situation from Koa's shock and the blood in the water, quickly scanned the area, but Lani was nowhere to be seen. The water was darkening fast, making the search increasingly difficult. Realizing time was of the essence, Kaipo immediately radioed for emergency assistance, knowing they had to begin the search for Lani, though he feared the worst. Hours after the attack, a coordinated search effort was underway. Several boats navigated through the sea as local residents rushed to help, with news of the situation spreading rapidly. Just after midnight, one of the search teams spotted a large shark near the area where Lani was last seen. The shark, an 18-foot great white, was captured and brought aboard a rescue vessel. The shark, weighing 1,750 pounds, was a formidable and terrifying sight. Upon examination, the grim reality was confirmed. Inside the shark's stomach, they found bone fragments and pieces of Lani's bathing suit, leaving no doubt about her fate. Koa, devastated and in shock, struggled to stay composed as the enormity of what had happened sank in. The community mourned the loss of Lani, with the story making headlines as one of the worst shark attacks in Hawaii's history. The next story takes us to the sunny beaches of the Maldives, a place where crystal clear waters meet breathtaking sunsets. In the summer of 2020, three best friends, Emma, Olivia, and Sophia, embarked on a dream vacation, seeking relaxation and adventure. The serene beauty of the Maldives promised them an unforgettable experience, but what awaited them was a nightmare they could never have imagined. Emma, Olivia, and Sophia had been planning this trip for months. They were inseparable, their bond strengthened by years of shared experiences and adventures. During the trip from the airport to the resort, the friends chatted excitedly with their driver, who mentioned a recent shark attack that had occurred a few weeks ago. A tourist had barely survived after a harrowing encounter with a shark. As the driver recounted the story, Sophia felt a chill run down her spine. She'd always had a deep-seated fear of sharks, a fear that was now bubbling to the surface. Sophia suggested they should be careful, noting that the attack wasn't that long ago. Despite her concern, Emma, always the adventurous spirit, waved off Sophia's worries. Emma believed the chances of another shark attack happening so soon were extremely slim. Olivia, ever the peacemaker, reassured Sophia that they would stick together and stay close to the shore, emphasizing the clarity of the water, which would allow them to see anything approaching from a distance. Despite her friend's reassurances, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling of unease. As the sun began to set, they decided it was the perfect time for their first snorkeling adventure. Emma and Olivia's excitement was infectious, and Sophia reluctantly followed them into the sea. The underwater world was mesmerizing. Colorful fish darted around them, and the coral reefs glowed in the fading light. They swam further out, entranced by the beauty surrounding them. Laughter filled the air as they pointed out different sea creatures to each other, their hearts light and carefree. Suddenly, the tranquil scene turned into chaos. Sophia felt a sharp tug on her leg, and a moment later she was pulled underwater. She struggled to surface, her eyes wide with terror. Emma and Olivia heard her muffled scream and turned to see the water around her turning red. Panic set in as they realized what was happening. A shark was attacking their friend. Without a second thought, Emma and Olivia swam towards Sophia, desperate to save her. They grabbed her arms, trying to pull her away from the shark's grip. The shark, a massive shadow beneath the water, thrashed violently, refusing to let go. Sophia's screams were heart-wrenching, filled with agony and fear. The shark's powerful jaws clamped down on Sophia's leg again, and Emma and Olivia could see the desperation in her eyes. They fought with all their strength, kicking and hitting the shark, but it was relentless. The few people on the beach noticed the commotion and began shouting for help, their voices filled with urgency. The minutes felt like hours. Emma and Olivia's attempts to save Sophia were in vain. The shark was too strong, and their friend's strength was waning. Sophia's grip on their hands weakened, and with a final blood-curdling scream, she was pulled under the water, disappearing into the depths. Emma and Olivia were left floating in the blood-streaked water, their hearts pounding with terror and grief. They clung to each other, their bodies shaking with sobs. It was then that they realized the extent of their own injuries. Emma's leg had been severely bitten, with deep puncture wounds and torn flesh, causing significant blood loss. Olivia had deep gashes on her arms and back from the shark's thrashing, and her leg was also severely lacerated, bleeding profusely. On the beach, a few remaining tourists had witnessed the horrific scene and immediately called for help. Rescue boats were dispatched quickly, slicing through the water towards the site of the attack. Meanwhile, a medical helicopter was also scrambled, and the critically injured friends were carefully loaded in. The whirring of the helicopter blades drowned out the sounds of the ocean below as it took off, heading for the nearest hospital. Despite the best efforts of the medical team on board, Emma and Olivia's injuries were too severe. They fought bravely, but the trauma and blood loss were insurmountable. The tragic news of their deaths spread quickly, casting a shadow over the beautiful paradise of the Maldives. An investigation into the shark attack was launched, and authorities decided to close the beach to prevent further incidents. This was the worst attack ever recorded in the Maldives, at least according to the archives. The shark that attacked the friends was a rare and aggressive species not typically found in these waters, making the incident even more shocking and devastating. The story of Emma, Olivia, and Sophia stands as a somber testament to the raw power of nature and the thin line between adventure and danger. Did you know that some sharks possess one of the most powerful bite forces on Earth? The great white shark, for instance, can deliver a staggering bite force of over 4,000 pounds per square inch. That's more than 4 times stronger than the bite of a lion or tiger, and it's capable of crushing bones and tearing through thick flesh with ease. This powerful bite is not just a result of their sharp, serrated teeth, but also the sheer muscle force in their jaws, which allows them to attack large prey such as seals, sea lions, and even smaller whales. While most shark species don't pose a threat to humans, Those with this kind of bite strength are capable of inflicting serious damage in a matter of seconds. Their dominance as apex predators is owed in part to this incredible power, ensuring they stay at the top of the marine food chain. Can you imagine what it feels like to be attacked by a shark with this kind of bite? Sometimes curiosity can lead us into unexpected danger. What begins as an ordinary day filled with adventure can swiftly turn into a nightmare. On July 17, 2019, along the stunning coastline of Maui, Hawaii, where over 100,000 surfers visit each year, Rachel Carter, a 23-year-old experienced surfer, felt the familiar pull of the ocean's rhythm. Having grown up on the California coast, Rachel was no stranger to the sea. Now, on vacation with her boyfriend, Mike Stevens, she eagerly prepared to catch some waves while Mike relaxed on the beach. Rachel paddled out with ease, losing herself in the ocean's embrace. Soon, she noticed a pod of dolphins in the distance. Her heart leaped with excitement. Without a second thought, Rachel began paddling towards them. Her curiosity piqued. The dolphins were farther out than Rachel usually ventured, but their allure was irresistible. She paddled harder, her breath quickening with excitement. Lost in the moment, she followed them further from shore, unaware of the distance she had covered, or the deepening blue beneath her. As Rachel neared the dolphins, she sensed a change. The water darkened, and the dolphins' movements grew erratic. Suddenly, she saw a flash of white and gray moving beneath her board. This was no dolphin. Before she could react, the water erupted. Her surfboard jolted violently, splintering as she was thrown into the cold shock of the ocean, swallowing her whole. As Rachel surfaced, gasping for air, she came face to face with the source of the chaos. A great white shark, nearly 15 feet long, its massive body gliding through the water with deadly intent. The remnants of Rachel's surfboard floated nearby, bitten clean in half by the shark's powerful jaws. Panic surged through her veins as she realized she was alone, far from shore, with nothing between her and the ocean's top predator. The shark circled her, its fin cutting through the water. Time seemed to slow as reality sank in. This was not a movie, not a nightmare she could wake from. This was real, and it was happening now. With terrifying speed, the shark lunged. Rachel's instincts took over. She kicked hard, aiming for the shark's snout and eyes. Its rough skin scraped against her, but she didn't stop. The shark's jaws snapped inches from her, relentless. Then, the first bite came, sending searing pain through Rachel's leg as the shark's teeth sank into her flesh. Blood clouded the water, intensifying the shark's frenzy. But Rachel refused to give up. Despite the pain and fear, she fought back, jabbing her fingers into the shark's eye. The shark recoiled, but not before its teeth grazed her arm. Trembling from blood loss and exhaustion, Rachel swam frantically toward the distant shore. Her strength was fading, and the shark circled slower now, as if weighing its options. Time was running out, and she knew it. On the shore, Mike had been watching in horror, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized what was happening. Rachel was too far out for him to reach her, and the helplessness of the situation gnawed at him. Desperate, Mike began yelling for help, waving his arms wildly, trying to attract the attention of anyone who could assist. But then, from a distance, the sound of a boat engine roared to life. A group of local boaters out on the water had noticed the commotion. They quickly rowed towards Rachel, the boat slicing through the waves with urgency. As they approached, the crew could see the struggle in the water, the shark circling its prey, the blood staining the sea. The boat reached Rachel just as the shark lunged again. One of the crew members, a burly man with years of experience on the water, leaned over the side, extending a hand towards Rachel. With the last of her strength, she reached up, her fingers grasping his as he hauled her onto the boat with a single, powerful motion. The shark, now thwarted, snapped its jaws in frustration, but the boat was already pulling away, its engine roaring as it sped back towards shore. The crew immediately began administering first aid, wrapping Rachel's wounds to stem the bleeding, while another crew member radioed for a helicopter, knowing that time was of the essence. As the boat raced back to shore, Rachel drifted in and out of consciousness, her vision blurred, her body heavy with exhaustion. But she was alive. Mike was waiting on the beach, his heart pounding as the boat approached. When he saw Rachel, pale, bloodied but alive, a wave of relief swept over him. Tears welled up as he rushed to her side, grasping her hand and whispering words of comfort, though she could barely hear them. Within minutes, a helicopter arrived and airlifted Rachel to Maui Memorial Medical Center. Rachel required emergency surgery to repair the damage to her leg and arm. The procedure was complex, but successful. It's hard to imagine how investigations can claim that humans are not on the menu for sharks when stories like Rachel's happen, yet they insist it's true. The next story takes us to the sun-drenched shores of Florida, where the serene beauty of the ocean often conceals its untamed dangers. It was a warm summer morning on July 8, 2017, when a father and son embarked on what was meant to be a day of bonding and relaxation on the open sea. But what began as a peaceful adventure soon turned into a harrowing fight for survival. Mark Langford, a seasoned sailor and devoted father, had been planning this trip for months. His son, Ethan, a 16-year-old with a deep love for the ocean, was thrilled. The two had always shared a bond over the sea, and this trip was intended to strengthen that connection. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, they set sail from a small marina on Florida's eastern coast, excitement hanging in the air. The ocean was calm that morning, its surface reflecting the golden hues of the rising sun. After a few hours of sailing, they reached a secluded bay, far from the bustling beaches and crowded tourist spots. It was the perfect place to anchor and take a break. The heat was already intensifying, and the crystal-clear water below looked incredibly inviting. Ethan, unable to resist the call of the sea, asked his father if he could take a quick dip. Mark, always cautious but confident in the safety of the area, agreed. As Ethan dove into the water, he cut through the surface with a splash and emerged with a grin, the cool water providing immediate relief from the summer heat. For a few blissful moments, everything was perfect. The world seemed to stand still as Ethan swam near the boat, enjoying the freedom and serenity of the open water. Mark watched his son, a smile of contentment on his face, unaware of the dark shadow moving beneath the waves. Then, without warning, Ethan felt something brush against his leg. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible touch, but enough to make him pause. He glanced around, his heart beginning to race, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Brushing it off as his imagination, he continued to swim, unaware of the danger closing in on him. Suddenly, the water around him erupted in a frenzy of movement. Ethan felt a sharp, searing pain in his calf as a massive tiger shark clamped onto his leg. The force of the bite was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a pain so intense it stole the breath from his lungs. He tried to scream, but the shock rendered him silent. All he could do was thrash wildly, his body instinctively fighting to break free. Mark, still on the boat, heard the splashing and looked up, his heart dropping as he saw his son struggling in the water. Without a second thought, he dove in, his only thought to save his boy. He swam furiously toward Ethan. Mark grabbed Ethan, trying to pry him free from the shark's relentless grip. But the predator was too powerful. The water was thick with blood, and every second felt like an eternity. Mark fought with everything he had, but it wasn't enough. The shark, undeterred by Mark's attempts, turned its attention to him, delivering a brutal bite to his arm. The pain was immediate and excruciating. Mark felt himself being pulled under, his strength fading as the shark's jaws tightened around his arm. For a moment, it seemed all hope was lost, both father and son trapped in the terrifying grip of the ocean's apex predator. But fate had other plans. Just when it seemed the end was near, help arrived. A nearby yacht, anchored a short distance away, had a seasoned skipper on board, a retired Navy diver named Tom Mitchell. Tom had spent years navigating the world's most dangerous waters, but nothing could have prepared him for the scene he witnessed that day. Without hesitation, he grabbed his spear gun and dove into the water, his mind focused solely on saving the Langfords. Tom moved swiftly, his experience and training guiding his every move. He reached Mark and Ethan just as the shark was preparing to drag them further into the depths. With precision honed from years of diving, Tom fired the spear gun, striking the shark just behind its gills. The predator recoiled, momentarily stunned, and released its grip on both Mark and Ethan. Tom quickly grabbed them both, pulling them toward the surface with a strength that belied his age. By the time they reached the boat, both Mark and Ethan were barely conscious, their bodies marked by the brutal attack. Tom didn't waste a second. He pulled them aboard and immediately began administering first aid, his hands moving with the calm efficiency of someone who had been in life-or-death situations before. With the bleeding somewhat under control, Tom radioed for help, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. The minutes that followed felt like hours, but finally, the sound of a helicopter approaching broke the tension. The rescue team airlifted Mark and Ethan to Flagler Hospital in St. Augustine, where they were rushed into surgery. The shark's bites had caused severe damage, and the blood loss had taken a toll on their bodies. For days, Mark and Ethan lay in the hospital, but with each passing day, they slowly regained strength, their bodies fighting to heal. When they finally awoke, groggy but alive, there was an overwhelming sense of relief. They had survived. The odds had been stacked against them, yet they had made it through, thanks in no small part to Tom Mitchell's heroic actions. Well, that wraps up our shark marathon. We hope you enjoyed diving into these intense encounters. But if you're not done binge-watching these wild stories, there's another thrilling video popping up on your screen right now. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.